never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown entered its third week with no resolution.
From the very beginning of the shutdown, I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune says Republicans are ready to negotiate and will push legislation this week to pay federal workers and service members who are still on the job during the shutdown. Demolition efforts are underway on the East Wing of the White House.
According to an administration official, crews started construction on the East Wing as part of President Trump's project to build a new ballroom. The president had claimed construction of the $250 million ballroom wouldn't interfere with the existing White House structure, but later wrote on Truth Social that the East Wing would be, in his words, fully modernized as part of the process. The East Wing was built in 1902 during the administration of Teddy Roosevelt and expanded in 1942 under President Franklin Roosevelt. It is a part of the White House complex which has been used by the First Lady and her staff since the Carter administration. I'm Michael Kastner.
Tropical storm Melissa has formed in the central Caribbean with 50-mile-per-hour winds and expected to gradually strengthen into a hurricane. A hurricane watch is in effect for southern Haiti and Jamaica. Robert Garcia of the National Hurricane Center.
The greatest threat right now looks to be in some of those Caribbean islands that are in the greater Antilles. But at the same time, we shouldn't let our guard down.
Forecasters warn its path remains uncertain, but residents in the Caribbean and South Florida should monitor updates as this storm develops. Former Today host Brian Gumble is in the hospital after a medical emergency. TMZ says he was taken last night. Details are unclear. A family member says he's doing better. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Tragedy struck the Tulsa Boys Home in Sand Springs, Oklahoma, when a 17-year-old resident grabbed a gun from an off-duty officer's hip and died by suicide during archery class. Tulsa Police Captain Richard Muhlenberg.
It wasn't a scene of chaos. It wasn't a scene that was inside that you could have seen it happen, because they were just doing what they always do, what we always do, which is engage with these kids.
The off-duty officers have been teaching that program for over a decade. Tulsa police say the incident was unexpected, and the involved officer is on administrative leave while the Tulsa County Sheriff's Department investigates. The father of a 2-year-old boy who was swept away by floodwaters in Barstow, California, has been charged with murder.
The boy died on September 18th during a rainstorm. Brandon Padilla Aguilera was driving his son across a flooded street when their vehicle was swept into a wash. After getting separated from his son, Aguilera was taken to a hospital and later released. The toddler was found dead the next day in the San Bernardino County flood control channel south of the Mojave River. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirms Aguilera was arrested at his home in Barstow last Friday. It's unclear why he is accused of murder. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is considering commuting the sentence of Sean Diddy Combs.
TMZ reports that Trump is mulling the decision, although White House staff are urging Trump not to. Diddy is serving a 50-month prison sentence on 2 interstate prostitution convictions. Trump commuted the sentence of former Congressman George Santos Friday. Andrew Whitman, New York.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then shoot the microphone. Let's get this show on the road. What do you say? Ready or not, here we go. All right, we'll close out officially a Tuesday. Hump Day coming our way. Midweek is upon us. Respectfully, from time zone to time zone, we shall turn the page on the calendar. 22nd day of October. There you go, midweek. Hi there, I'm Steve Sommers. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. A rather cloudy night outside the Secret Bunker, 51 degrees at this hour. Kind of blustery out there. Breezy conditions for our region. That's pretty much the scenario for much of the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and moving into the northeast region of the country as we roll into midweek. While we have no precip outside the Secret Bunker, we do have a lot of rain over on the eastern seaboard. Kind of a soggy night from D.C. up toward New York City. Then a little break in the action, more scattered shower activity extending from portions of Wisconsin, northern Minnesota, through the northern portions of the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes region. It's definitely kind of a raw, blustery, rainy conditions. But what you're really noticing is the sudden drop in temperatures across that region here into the middle of the week. Yeah, we saw high temperatures, 60s, and we even saw some lower 70s on Monday. That's being quickly replaced with high temperatures in the 50s by later Wednesday afternoon. You add in the stiff breeze, it's going to feel like temperatures well into the 40s. So more like mid-November conditions. Let's cite Pittsburgh as an example. Forecast to have a high of right about 50 degrees this Wednesday afternoon. Winds make it feel like 40. Normal this time of year. Historical average for the Steel City would be closer to 60 degrees. Temperatures are forecast to hold in the upper 50s and lower 60s for many as the week continues. Many locations, including across the Ohio Valley, as well as the I-95 corridor in the northeast, return of drier conditions. We could see some lake-enhanced showers lingering downwind of the Great Lakes, even through Thursday, maybe Friday morning. Places like northwestern Pennsylvania, western and central New York could end up with showers off and on occasion every day this week, the remainder of the week. Meanwhile, as a pattern more appropriate for fall evolves in the Midwest and the Northeast, the Caribbean has indeed given birth to our next tropical storm of the Atlantic season. That would be Melissa. We'll give you all the latest. Are there concerns for the lower 48? As far as that is concerned, it's still close. It's going to be sometime next week, if there is even any concerns there. But they are telling us portions of the Caribbean are getting ready for the next hurricane of the season. Some profound impacts for some there. They have the, what do they call it? The cone of uncertainty. This cone is very, very broad. In other words, models don't really know where this thing's going to go. Is it going to drift to the north? Is it going to drift to the steering winds aren't really giving any real guidance as to what's going to happen with Melissa. So we shall give you the very latest on that just ahead. Meanwhile, a bit of a break in the action as far as severe weather has been concerned over the central states thus far this week. That's going to be changing. A storm that will bring rounds of heavy showers, gusty thunderstorms to the interior southwest begins to shift eastward into the plains, increasing the risk for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding. AccuWeather forecasters tell us as the storm moves east, it's going to encounter warm, moist air being drawn northward from the Gulf. That's going to fuel intense thunderstorm development. Thunderstorms may begin to reach severe levels as early as, say, Thursday night across eastern New Mexico, northwestern Texas, into southwestern Kansas. That severe weather threat will continue to drift eastward and increase somewhat during the day Friday from north central Texas to central Oklahoma into south central Kansas. While a few tornadoes are possible, primary threats will be damaging winds, flash flooding from some of the torrential downpours. Looking ahead, Friday night, Saturday, that severe risk will extend from the central and northeastern parts of Texas, again, southeast Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas, and northwestern Louisiana, kind of in the bullseye zone there. As that storm progresses slowly from the high plains to the Ozark Mountains, heavy rain becomes a more widespread danger. Rainfall totals could reach 4 to 6 inches in some areas, raising the risk of flash flooding, obviously. Since much of the rain will fall in a zone where the ground is dry due to months of drought, it'll generally be absorbed by the landscape. That may be a benefit. Because of the low levels on the tributary rivers, any boost to low water levels on the Mississippi may be slight and more likely of a short duration. Motorists urged exercise caution along I-30, 35, 40, and I-44 in that region. Due to the steep terrain in some areas, flash flooding poses a significant risk to campers in the Ozark Mountains. Several inches of rain in a short period may cause sudden, dangerous rises in water levels. Meanwhile, looking ahead as the weekend progresses, some downpours will extend further to the east along the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors in the Gulf Coast states. Risk of flash flooding will decrease, become more localized by later in the weekend in that Mississippi Delta region, as well as the central Gulf Coast areas. All right, the Caribbean, what do we know at this point? The Caribbean is on high alert for what is expected to evolve into a slow-moving hurricane that could unleash feet of rain and destructive winds in a region that it's largely avoided any tropical activity so far in the Atlantic hurricane season. Forecasters have been tracking this area of low pressure for several weeks, and Monday evening it has been dubbed to a tropical rainstorm. As of late morning Tuesday, the National Hurricane Center had officially upgraded the system to Tropical Storm Melissa. We now have a hurricane watch in effect for parts of Haiti, while the Tropical Storm Watch has been issued for Jamaica. Melissa was moving west at about 14 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds were up to 50 miles per hour. Here's the deal. The longer Melissa tracks to the west, the greater the chance of a potential impact on the U.S. The chances of a direct U.S. hit are low right now, but it's still an option, they say. Should the storm make its way into the western Caribbean, the U.S. concerns for impacts will be in Florida, especially the lower portions of the peninsula, as well as the Keys. Strong westerly winds driven by the jet stream should prevent the storm from tracking into the likes of Texas, Louisiana, the panhandles of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida next week. There is a bit of wind shear that's holding the intensity of Melissa right now, and that could continue. Water temperatures in this path, though, are in the upper 80s. Steering breezes will sooner or later grab onto the storm and begin to pull it northward. Areas from Hispaniola to Cuba and Jamaica are the initial population centers that could be affected by the heavy rain, strong winds, and building seas. Now, even though Puerto Rico may be well east of the track of the center, a plume of tropical moisture will still bring heavy rain, the risk of flash flooding, mudslides. That's the primary concerns for the greater Antilles further to the west. The islands in the northern Caribbean will be affected the most by this storm. highly dependent on the storm beginning that turn to the north. Now, there's currently an extensive area where 4 to 8 inches of rain may fall, areas of 8 to 12 inches anticipated in Haiti and Jamaica. Storm max totals could approach 30 inches for some. Melissa may spend several days in the Caribbean. If the center manages to avoid land for a time, it could become a major hurricane, Category 3 or greater. Wind gusts are expected to reach at least the intensity of Category 1, and AccuWeather right now calling for gusts of 100 miles per hour, but many hours and days of strong winds can take a toll, as we know, on trees, poorly constructed buildings, the power grid in the region. Cruise operations, fishing, and beach resort interests should take note. Conditions at sea and along the coast in the Caribbean will be stormy and dangerous for days. Following a relatively tranquil summer and early fall, this is going to be the first impacts they've seen. Now, if Melissa survives beyond the Greater Antilles, how well it survives will then determine the magnitudes and the impacts for the Bahamas and perhaps southern Florida. Just as in the Caribbean, the magnitude of these impacts and these more northern areas will depend on the storm's track and its ability to maybe rebound in strength. So as for areas further to the north along the east coast of the U.S., there is some risk, even if the center remains at sea. In one scenario, a non-tropical storm and a front associated with the dip in the jet stream may kind of work together to enhance rainfall, wind, and seas along the eastern seaboard during the last few days of October here. So again, those are days away. The fact that this thing's just going to essentially almost stall and linger for days there in the Caribbean. So there you go. Look at our travelers' weather around the country as we turn the page on the calendar. Day number 22 in the month of October. We'll say hello to some of our listening friends on board. Open up those phone lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good to have you with us as we get things underway. Another day just like that. Just your week's going well. I hadn't mentioned it. I don't think I mentioned it. That Ryan made a pit stop, made the drive down from Indianapolis, rather, this past Friday morning. Spent a few hours in the studio trying to get the audio fine-tuned. He was able to get the audio blankets, the padding, the noise reduction placed pretty much throughout the rest of the entire studio. I had to kind of laugh. I had a call from my brother-in-law, Monroe, this past morning, and he's asking, what is SE? I said, what do you mean? He said, in your studio, you got this SE. I had to think for a minute, and I realized, I remember when Ryan, we got these new microphones, my microphone, the guest microphones. Ryan got us a partnership, and he had put a couple stickers up in here. He said, I'm going to give him a little free plug for letting us try out their equipment. So it's SE Electronics, and I put one of the microphone boxes there. Yeah, mine is what they call a Dynacaster. SE Electronics, which stands for SEAL, SEEL Electronics. SEALelectronics.com. So yeah, tip of the hat, thank you for SE allowing us to bump up the microphones here in the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. He said he watches on Rumble. And I said, I'm really surprised you actually noticed that. He said clearly, yeah, I see the SE there. I didn't know what that meant, so there you go. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. All right, hello from the Michigan Madman, who says he had a good night of racing. Good to have you on board. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. What day is it once again? Not official until Horse Feathers makes it so. 844-844-3388. The digits to hit them up. 49 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. All right, looks like the heat's being turned up by the lefty Democrats, actually calling for flat-out violence against federal agents. All right, let's get this hump day started. Turn up the volume. Let's go. Well, there's Buckeye Hotshot. Good morning, overnighter. A nice night here in Dayton, Ohio. Hello, everyone from the Chicago feeder. Check it in. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. 60 degrees at this hour. He is Columbus bound. Larry likes to say good afternoon. Hammer down, 57 in Platkill, New York. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. Kind of wet tonight. All right, some of those off and on showers he's playing in there. Tank, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Happy Hump Day. 54 under starlit skies in Grants, New Mexico tonight. We'll head over to Santa Rosa, back to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello, Gilligan. I guess what? Yeah, getting his week started here. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's drying out in Boonsville, Virginia. We're at 49 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, good to have you on board, getting the week started there. Country Bumpkin, good morning to the overnight family. Hello, Rubber Duck. What do you say? Home. I got you on the big screen there, Hollywood Steve. Sounds like we're going to be saying goodbye to Kim's dad. Maybe even tonight. Not sounding good. Maybe Kalamazoo, or it may be, hey, boss, can you cover me? I have a family emergency. I could give him 5 minutes notice, and he'd find a way to make it work. Hug your family, guys. This crap sucks. All right, prayers for Rubber Duck there. They've been through a tough time. Things we all go through at one time or another, but all right, thinking about you there, Rubber Duck. Kevin checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good morning, everyone. Bill, 43 here, feels like 37 with a cold rain in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Here we are on the Pizza Shuttle Express. interesting thing I heard on the scanner while taking my nap. The sheriff pulled over a semi, and all I heard him say to the dispatch was, "All right, it's going to be a while with this driver. He doesn't have a logbook of any kind." These drivers still trying to break the rules. All right, have a great night. Be safe out there. All right, yeah, you can get away with it for a while, but somewhere down the line, it always catches up with you. But Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. 50 degrees, clear skies. Actually had to turn on the heater valve tonight. We got some cold weather coming. Everybody have a good morning, or shall we say, hump day. All right, hello from Bob in Michigan. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 57 degrees, Guthrie, Oklahoma. After a short stop at the Weiss compound to get a sweet kiss from the hot blonde wife, it's back to live action here. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded with 91 steer in El Reno, Oklahoma, pointed north for a high-speed trip to the corn patch. It's an epic night on the boulevard. How about a special shout-out to the Donut Man from the Cherokee Strip? Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown entered its third week with no resolution.
From the very beginning of the shutdown, I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune says Republicans are ready to negotiate and will push legislation this week to pay federal workers and service members who are still on the job during the shutdown. Tropical storm Melissa has formed in the central Caribbean with 50-mile-per-hour winds and expected to gradually strengthen into a hurricane. A hurricane watch is in effect for southern Haiti and Jamaica. Robert Garcia of the National Hurricane Center.
The greatest threat right now looks to be in some of those Caribbean islands that are in the greater Antilles. But at the same time, we shouldn't let our guard down.
Forecasters warn its path remains uncertain, but residents in the Caribbean and South Florida should monitor updates as this storm develops. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory
factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, as we get the new day underway, lots to update you on. A little more information in regards to the internet debacle with Amazon cloud services going down Monday, impacting thousands of businesses, universities, you name it, including the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive there Monday morning. Thank you. Guys, got an update on last evening. We were talking a little more in depth with the Grump about the prospect of maybe importing beef from Argentina. The president threw out the idea, thinking it might help lower prices. Many Americans not happy with the prices of beef. So responses from the American ranchers. They are not fond of the idea. Late in the program, someone last evening mentioned something about, I'm seeing, loan forgiveness? Like student loan forgiveness? Which we had, of course, lambasted the Biden administration. The courts had even struck him down several times. We'll explain what is taking place. It's nothing like what Biden had proposed. What he was trying to do, apparently, according to the courts, was not legal. So again, we'll explain. Meanwhile, diesel prices continue to fall, they tell us, for the third consecutive week. The price per gallon for diesel fuel dropped by 4.5 cents per gallon nationally. According to the Energy Information Administration, the price falling from $3.66 per gallon to $3.62 nationally. The Central Atlantic region, the only region that remotely increased, but that was like 1/100th of a penny. How do you even track it that low? Largest decreases coming from the Rocky Mountain region, dropping from $3.65 to $3.58 per gallon. The Lower Atlantic region dropped by just over 6 cents per gallon, from $3.63 to $3.58 per gallon. And as the price per barrel continues to drop, it seems as though we should continue to see dropping prices. Price per barrel up a bit over the past day, but at $58.21 per barrel at this hour. It's been fluctuating between 56 and 58 per barrel in recent days, so that should trend to lead to lower prices. Meanwhile, Mexican trucking officials say the first holiday freight surge of the season is upon us, despite a significant drop over last year. Vice President of Mexican Northwest Freight Transporters Association, Israel Delgado, says in 2024, it had been a complicated year for cross-border freight. Deliveries across the border dropping by 40% due to confusion and the effects from tariffs and other trucking-related legislation. However, he says the freight rates in October show that the holiday freight surge has started for the season, increasing cross-border deliveries by 15%, according to ABC 15. Delgado says it's been a complicated year. This is the final stretch, and we are seeing a slight spike in some industrial sectors. We've seen some drastic drops in business projections and losses of employment in our industry. Considering what we have seen this year, a 15% increase is good, but still insufficient due to what we have experienced over the year. Still, he says he has concerns about the English language proficiency enforcement's effect on the available truck drivers. We've seen a lot of lows, hoping the surge will continue, but another obstacle remains. That is having to gain some English literacy for truckers, as the U.S. government keeps insisting. If they don't get a handle on their English, they won't be able to drive. And that hurts all the industry. From the Mexican side, it is 844-844-3388. And, all right, I'm assuming after a couple days off the road, Eagle, I'm guessing back out there, moving the freight again after a weekend. Give us a full report. How'd things go? Did you make it to the Formula One race over the weekend, Eagle?
Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you asking me about that. Yeah, it was action-packed race. It was favorite driver won, so Max Verstappen. So he came out on top. Good race on Sunday. Yeah, I went to both days, Saturday and Sunday. The weather was real good, and they had a lot of full crowd of people. Considering it was competing against Talladega. I didn't get to see the Talladega race because they both started at 2:00. Mm-hmm. I think Talladega started at 2, and the Formula race started at 2. So I never did get to see. I didn't get to see. I seen highlights of the Talladega, but yeah, it was a good afternoon. They going to Mexico. Yeah, the Formula One, they'll be in Mexico this weekend, Mexico City. Then they head back over to Europe or something. But it didn't cost as much money as I thought it was going to cost. It wasn't too bad. I spent less than $100, to get in and walk around and look at some things and stuff. So yeah, it's not as expensive as an NFL game. In these NFL games, you better have at least $500 to $1,000 to go to an NFL game in some of these major cities, Dallas and Cincinnati, where you at, and Detroit and other places like that. You got to have some money to go to an NFL game. But I'd advise they only come to the U.S. once a year, so Formula One. So if you didn't make it to this year, you got to wait till next year to go. They go to Canada. If anybody that live in Canada, I'm not sure when that race is, but I know they go to Canada, so you might be able to catch that one. But yeah, it was a good action-packed weekend. Like I said, the Talladega race. I know who won the race, but I didn't get to see it. So and I know a Toyota won, so that's never good. That's never good when Toyota wins. But I forgot what the guy's name was who won the race. But yeah, it was action packed weekend, and considering football, watched a couple of games yesterday, but I'm back out on the road now. But yeah, I wanted to get up to date on this situation, Steve, with the current situation with these protests. Unfortunately, there was a lot of action that took place over the weekend in Chicago. Again, the people are totally out of control, fighting with the military and ICE people. It's really sad what they got going on. And now I understand. Well, Donald Trump, I understand over the weekend he got the okay to go into Portland. Luckily, one of these bogus judges finally gave him the okay to send the National Guard in to Portland, Oregon. He finally decided to do the right thing and try to get that place cleaned up. Because he did a hell of a job at Memphis, Steve. I gotta give Donald Trump credit. Memphis, they got videos on the internet. Memphis is quiet. They ain't got nothing. They talking about the streets of Memphis is quiet, but it's like the people say they ain't never seen nothing like that in years in Memphis. You actually don't hear gunshots. You don't see all the criminals running, the rough shot on old ladies and people getting gunfights and all that other nonsense they had going on. Memphis is totally under control right now, and that's the way it should be. And anybody, because Memphis was not doing good before that. Just like Washington D.C., he got that cleaned up. But yeah, I wanted to comment on this situation here, Steve. Because I've been seeing a lot of videos on the internet, on TikTok and Facebook and Twitter, and whether these people are just talking, running their mouth, or just or they really mean what they say. Okay, now with this government shutdown that's going on, they saying that come November the 1st, that the government is going to cut off the SNAP benefits for some people in America that purchase food. Okay. So now you got these people on the internet saying that they gonna go into their local Walmart and fill up their grocery basket full of as much groceries as they can and walk out the front door with it because they feel like they being cheated somehow. But I got bad news for these people. No matter what happens, you don't have the right. That's stealing. If you decide to go to your local grocery store or supermarket and load up your grocery basket full of goods, you're nothing but a thief. You can say that you're trying to take care of your kids. You can say you're trying to take care of your family. Well, you're still a thief, and you don't have the right to go into a store and take what don't belong to you. And see, what's going to happen to you, one or two things is going to happen to these people, that I've seen on these videos that's taking this attitude. They're either going to end up behind bars. They're either going to end up behind bars where they belong, or somebody else, when they decide to go in their store, they're going to take the law into their own hands and deal with them themselves. And that's not going to be a good situation either. Because, see, Steve, like I say, I understand people need benefits in America. I don't know what's actually going on. The Democrats are holding up the show. They're not even trying to, Chuck Schumer, they're not even trying to make no kind of deal to get this government shutdown over with. Meanwhile, people are suffering all over America. Military people and federal employees are losing their job. Chuck Schumer, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn. But all because of the hatred that he has for Donald Trump, he's willing to let people lose their jobs and benefits and everything else. It's really sad what Chuck Schumer is, what he got going on. So, but like I said before, hopefully these people, come November the 1st, people are saying that it's all hell is going to break loose in America with these people just talking about going to these stores and just taking what they want. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, because if nothing good comes out of stealing, whether you're doing it for your family or not, it still doesn't give you the right to go into a Walmart and load up a grocery basket full of whatever you want. So hopefully it doesn't happen. But that's my advice to those people, is to do it the right way and don't don't turn the crime because you're only going to hurt yourself because you can't help your family if you're behind bars. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, good to have you back with us out on the road there, Eagle, after a fun weekend. Race in action. All right, he mentioned Portland there. And it's hard to keep up. You see the headline, the judge or court allows the president to deploy the guard. Then the next thing you know, they're saying, well, wait a minute, there's still another court that says no. The Trump administration filed a motion this past day to dissolve a court order that continues to block the deployment of any state's National Guard to Portland. This would be the last ruling that stands in the way of deploying National Guard under administration control in the motion filed Monday after the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals overturned an earlier temporary restraining order that prevented the administration from deploying the Guard. ABC News reported the appeals panel ruled that the administration was likely to prevail in their legal challenge to that order. Despite that ruling, there was a broader temporary restraining order that remains in place, prohibiting all states from sending National Guard's units into Portland. Now, the government cited the appeals court's finding in that latest filing. The Justice Department argued that given the Ninth Circuit's clear statements on the second temporary restraining order's validity, the court should address this motion in part today and without waiting plaintiff's response due tomorrow evening. The motion added that the appellate decision plainly warrants dissolution of the court's second restraining order. Oregon's Attorney General criticized the ruling, saying the Ninth Circuit has chosen not to hold the president accountable, urged the full court to overturn the decision, saying Portland is peaceful. Okay, the military has no place in our streets. We will continue to hold the line, fighting for Oregon's sovereignty. Attorney General Pam Bondi praised the decision, stating the court affirmed the president has the right to deploy the National Guard. Where local leaders have failed to keep their own citizens safe. So they've gone back and forth. Monday's Ninth Circuit ruling that lifted the restraining order, finding that the president likely acted within his lawful authority. After considering the record at this preliminary stage, we conclude it is likely that the president lawfully exercised his statutory authority. That was the majority opinion there from the Ninth Circuit. 844-844-3388. Underway. Hump Day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is leak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I did a real quick double check. World Series is on the horizon. Just pulling up the schedule. When do things get started here? So a couple days off. Game 1 comes our way Friday night prime time. There you go. Dodgers at the Blue Jays. Friday, October 24, 8 p.m. Game number 2, Saturday, 8 p.m. Dodgers at the Blue Jays. All right, Sunday, they'll make that transition out to L.A. Game 3, Blue Jays at the Dodgers. Monday, 8 p.m. Same for Game 4, Tuesday. Game 5, Wednesday. Then you'll head back to Toronto, if need be, by that point in time. Games 6 and 7 would be Friday and Saturday. Dodgers at the Blue Jays. 8 o'clock for each of those games, respectively. 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Will it go 7 games? We shall see. But all right, World Series gets underway Friday night at 8. There you go. Hey, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 58 degrees. Weather was very pleasant this past day. We did get a brief shower early and another late in the day. Granddaughter's chorus recital was fantastic. They had a pirate theme. All the kids, everyone involved worked really hard. So I'll be doing some local stuff Thursday. I'll load Friday, headed for Hollywood, Florida, for a Tuesday delivery. It's a round trip. Plus, I have another partial to pick, so it'll be well worth the trip. Yeah, the Democrats are losing their minds again. Now it's President Trump building the $200 million ballroom that will not cost the taxpayers 1 red cent. This is all being funded by donations. Yeah, I think it's fantastic, and the fact that many presidents have indeed remodeled the White House has no bearing on the hatred these people have for him. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, Norman wanted to give a shout out to Tony. Hello, Tony, if you're tuning in. Good to have you with us. Jeffrey on board from Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. All right, hello to Gary. Underway here. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. There's Drummer Girl. What are we at? 58 degrees, some rain in northeast Philly tonight. Stay safe out there. All right, we're going to call it, I don't know, what do you call this? Yeah, the sing ring. A dozen arrests in connection with a federal indictment exposing a wide-ranging cargo theft operation in California, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. This past day, October 21, the announcement that a cargo theft investigation has resulted in several arrests and federal indictments on charges including conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit theft from interstate or foreign shipments, and criminal forfeiture. The cargo theft investigations centered on a group referred to by police as the Sing Organization, as in S-I-N-G-H. Officials say between March of 21 and June of this year, members of the Sing Organization acquired or fraudulently used legitimate trucking companies to bid on authentic shipping contracts. Once they took possession of the freight, normally electronics, appliances, other high-value consumer goods, they diverted the stolen shipments rather than delivering them, of course. The stolen cargo later distributed to intermediaries or black market channels, estimated losses into the millions of dollars. They named the suspects who had committed multiple thefts in the San Bernardino County area. Each and every one has the name Singh, S-I-N-G-H, ranging in age from 26, the oldest is 42, most of them in their late 20s. Yeah, hold that thought. We've got to get a news break. Much more to come here. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's day 21 of the government shutdown, and Congress has yet to pass a funding bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson blames Democrats for refusing a short-term measure while they insist on extending health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act.
We have federal workers who are desperate for pay and uncertain when they will get their next paycheck. You got families wondering if they'll go without food assistance next month.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to introduce legislation this week to pay federal employees and service members who are still on the job. A federal judge is ordering the top Border Patrol agent Gregory Bovino to sit in for a disposition in an ongoing lawsuit over the treatment of protesters by federal immigration agents in Chicago.
Bovino is required to answer questions from the plaintiff's attorneys about the agent's use of force. Congressman Mike Quigley denounces the actions of Operation Midway Blitz.
This isn't really about keeping us safe. This isn't about keeping us secure. It's about scaring people.
The depositions of Bovino and other top immigration officials can be held before the next hearing in the case on November 5th.
Perry Williams with that report. The man accused of threatening to shoot up Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport is being held without bond. He has a court appearance scheduled tomorrow.
Family friend Nick Roberts says 49-year-old Billy Joe Cagle is a kind family man.
As a person, Billy's a good dude.
He also tells Atlanta News First he had spoken to Cagle earlier in the day after seeing the live stream of Cagle allegedly threatening to shoot up the airport.
You know, people go through things and people deal with them differently. And unfortunately, Billy, may have made a bad decision.
Cagle was arrested at Hartsfield-Jackson. Police say he had an AR-15 and several rounds of ammunition. He is charged with making terroristic threats. I'm Scott Kimbler.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points. The S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Senator Rand Paul says he was not invited to a White House lunch with the other GOP senators. President Trump did mention him.
We're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. He automatically votes no on everything.
Senator Paul tweeted that he's fine, and instead he had a Liberty Caucus lunch with Representative Thomas Massey. Paul is the only Republican senator to have voted against a government spending bill during the shutdown. Millions of seniors on Medicare are in the process of changing plans during open enrollment. Medicare Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz says if you have questions, call 1-800-MEDICARE for advice.
We know a lot about you, right? We pay your medications, so we know what they cost and where they are. We know your doctors. We pay them. So we can give you advice about what plans are the most affordable ones for the medications you're on, the docs you're seeing.
Dr. Oz says there are significant changes in the 2026 premiums, deductibles, and plan choices. He adds if you don't decide on a new plan, the decision will be made for you, so go to Medicare.gov by December 7th. Some patients with a progressive form of blindness are able to see well enough to read books thanks to an eye implant and smart glasses.
The patients who suffer from age-related macular degeneration were given an implant under their retinas that links with a pair of smart glasses. The device was created by Science Corporation, founded by Max Hodak, who also co-founded Neuralink with Elon Musk. The results of the study were published Monday in the New England Journal of Medicine. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Good to have you with us as we work our way into a hump day, midweek coming away, 22nd day of October. All right, who was it a few minutes ago that mentioned the loss of SNAP benefits? Drummer Girl had shared the story about her friend that's, if memory serves, 28 years old, hadn't worked a day in her life. Moaning and complaining about possibly losing her SNAP benefits due to the government shutdown. Drummer Girl sent me an email a few minutes ago. She said, well, I talked to her yesterday, and since she probably won't get her SNAP benefits, she's going to apply for a job at the Dollar Tree. Well, there you go. How about that? When push comes to shove, and that is, in part, another one of the issues that surround the government shutdown, in the fact that, the president, this administration wants to limit all these freebies to able-bodied, people that are not physically unable to work. You're able-bodied. Why can you not go out and apply for a job? There's jobs available. Hey, a busy time of year's coming up. Dollar Tree could always use help, right? Maybe she'll be able to learn what it's like to buy your own food. Learn what it means to actually have to get up and work. Like millions of hard-working Americans do every day. So she can get her freebies. All those freebies don't just magically appear in the government's hand. They're taken from the working men and women in this country via taxes. All right, thanks for the update there, Drummer Girl. Well, according to Space.com, if I told you we have 2 moons around the planet Earth, well, for the next number of years, shall we say till the year 2083? What do you mean? Well, that's the official word. Earth just got a new tag-along in space. It's actually a little asteroid named 2025 PN7. NASA confirmed this week that the rock discovered by the University of Hawaii is officially what they call a quasi-moon, a rare type of celestial companion that travels almost exactly in sync with the Earth. So it's not a true moon, but it keeps pace with us, looping around the sun in a path so similar that it appears to shadow our planet as we orbit. Now, they're estimated it's only 18 to maybe 36 meters wide. So we're talking about, the height of a small building. Very tiny in cosmic standards, but significant enough to earn its own place in the extended neighborhood. Unlike the moon, which is held tight by gravity, this particular asteroid is not bound to us. Think of it more like a friendly runner matching your stride on the same track, close enough to notice but never touching. Astronomers say 2025 PN7 has probably been tagging along for about 60 years already. And if its current orbit holds, it'll stay with us until maybe the year 2083 before drifting out into open space again. At its closest, it comes within 4 million miles, or 4 million kilometers, roughly 10 times further away than the actual moon. At its most distant, it can swing out to 17 million kilometers. Now, that constant ebb and pull comes from the competing gravity of the sun and the neighboring planets. Finding it was not easy. The University of Hawaii team first spotted the object during a routine telescope survey earlier this year. What looked like a faint speck moving against the stars turned out to be following Earth's exact pace around the sun. After weeks of observation, NASA confirmed the data suggested our planet has gained at least a temporary traveling partner. So far, astronomers have confirmed only 8 quasi-moons in total, making each one a small but valuable clue in understanding how asteroids move and how Earth's gravity kind of shapes the space around us. Now, for scientists, these things are more than just curiosities. They help refine orbital models, improve prediction for near-Earth asteroids, and could one day serve as an easy testing ground for future missions. They're close, relatively stable, and unlike most deep space targets, they're reachable without straying too far from home. All right. Of course, it will never outshine the real moon, but it's there. It's worth knowing about. There is a silent traveler keeping pace with us, orbit after orbit. Okay, very interesting. It's like a speck. That's like the proverbial needle in a haystack. I see that, let me see here. We had a couple of other friends checking in. Who we got there? Jerry has good morning, everybody. Eskimo Mom, howdy overnight drive nation. Well, hump day, whatever day it is. 13 days till election day. And first night back for me from staycation. So back in the saddle, got a 2-stop pedal that ends at my store tonight to welcome me back. We're clear, 47 degrees on I-65 somewhere in Kentucky. So be safe out there. All right, Grump is on board. He said, 2-time world champion. 2-time, he said, I was hoping you'd called in last night. We had a good conversation about cattle numbers. So let me give you the update here. Media outlets have been speaking to some of the cattle ranchers. Cattle rancher Steve Lucy spoke to Newsmax on Tuesday, echoing the sentiment of others, said while he appreciates President Trump's plan to import beef from Argentina in an effort to lower prices for consumers, he worries that move could create lasting harm for U.S. producers. He said, quote, everybody, I think, appreciates the effort to lower the price for consumers. But at what cost is the concern that we have as cattle ranchers? So this thing's pretty widespread, and there's a lot of tentacles to this situation, as well as the industry as a whole. He described the president's proposal as a short-term shot in the arm that could have dramatic effects in the long term, cautioning that while imports might temporarily ease sticker shock at the register, it could flood the market and discourage our domestic herd growth, which is a vital factor in maintaining America's food security. As far as our bottom line, it's doing okay, he said. But our concern is if the market gets flooded with imported beef, then guys like me are going to say, wait a minute. If my price drops significantly, why am I going to retain heifers and build the beef herd? That's the main problem. We need to build our herd so we can be secure in our food supply from American beef, not to be reliant on other countries. He emphasized that middlemen and major packing companies, which he estimates control some 85% of U.S. beef, may be a key reason why consumers are not seeing beef prices drop at the grocery store. I just look at the market price in my local area for $2.30 a pound, $2.40 a pound for a live beef, and you see folks are paying $8, $9, $10 a pound for ground beef. What that tells me is I just sold an animal to someone, took it to the processor, their final price is around $6 or $7 a pound for beef coming right from me off the farm. So I think we've got some issues along the line that need to be looked at. calling for greater transparency, suggesting maybe country of origin labeling that might empower consumers to support U.S. ranchers. This is a simple thing that would allow the consumer like you to see this label says this beef was from an American rancher like Steve Lucy. Maybe you do want to buy beef, that meat, instead of the meat that's been imported from elsewhere, as he put it. All right. Buckeye Boy says they need to get rid of the middlemen to lower the prices. That very well. It's kind of like that's what Rancher Steve was saying there. So, well, what do you say there? Horse feathers, what day is it? Are you confused?
Yes, only Tuesday to me, I think, because second day I've been working this week. So that's Tuesday, right? One, two, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the rest of you got. The rest of you guys got out here slaving away so hard and working so much there, make it hump day already. So, but I guess for all you hard-working, was it how Brooks and Dunn put it? He's a hard-working man, something like that. I forget how. You know, if you were to listen to that song and really break it down, there was a comedian that went through that song. It makes you wonder the way Brooks and Dunn have that whole song written out there. So, but anyways, if you get bored sometime, listen to that song, just kind of break it down. Don't just let it go by in the background.
Okay.
But anyways, there. So, well, I guess we'll do. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it for you, Your Honor?
1 week after my birthday. Yeah, well, so I guess it's just a regular old hump day.
All right. So how's the princess doing? Did she get all recovered from the birthday celebrations, Long Island iced teas, and all those things that you get to have there? And you guys said you went someplace special. You didn't even go to Roosters for the birthday celebration.
Yeah, we went out to that joint that set you back about $100 a person.
McDonald's?
Okay. No, Montgomery Inn. She had her fun. Nowadays, that's about the case, though. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the price of beef and McDonald's is about $100 a person there, ain't it? Something like that. But yeah, every time somebody handles the product there, you know, there's an increase in price. And Trump kind of stated it the other night there. You know, if we can get oil prices down, fuel prices down, at least every time somebody handles it and moves it in between each one of those people, that maybe the cost won't be quite so high if we can get transportation costs down a little bit with fuel prices. But it's a hard thing to do because, you know, it's all got to cycle through a little bit before the prices can come down a little bit. And, you know, even with the transportation industry, you know, you still got the higher prices at the other end, you know, on repair parts and your tires and your maintenance and everything you got there. And people got to have their wages because, you know, the grocery store still isn't cheaper. And so it's easy to raise prices, but it's really hard to bring them back down once you get them up there. So somebody's got to really take and bite the bullet and say, you know, we're gonna take the chance and bring the price down and see if we can, you know, see if everybody else across the board can try to start lowering prices at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so we had some of these rain showers go through here that's kind of predicted. So they actually, I think they were a little heavier than what was originally predicted. We had some pretty good solid rain through here. I bet you within an hour's time probably had a good half inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain come down. So, and that came right up through out of West Virginia, kind of running east, northeast. So southern Pennsylvania all the way up through the Harrisburg area and following the Maryland, Pennsylvania line there, as Drummer Girl was saying, right out towards Philly and up towards Jersey. And I'm sure New York City's probably on the fringe of it by now. It's probably getting up that way. So probably buckwheat. He's probably getting ready to turn the wipers on if he hasn't already.
Mm-hmm.
But So, anyways, I don't know. So, what happened to the White House? Was there an explosion or something at the White House? I see the side of the White House is like all tore up there. What's going on there, Your Honor?
Hey, it's a renovation time.
Okay. So I hear the Democrats aren't real happy about that there. They don't like the White House being updated a little bit.
Are they ever happy about anything?
No. And did President Trump actually have a meeting that included Nancy Pelosi today? Did I see something that showed that Nancy Pelosi was talking with President Trump today?
No, that I have not
and they
seen.
They were. I'm not sure if it was current for now or not, but anyways, the conversation between Nancy Pelosi and President Trump was that President Trump had the presidency and President Trump had the House. You know, the Republicans have the House, and Republicans have the Senate, so he should just be able to open government. And he's like, Nancy, the Senate has to vote with a 60% majority, and the Senate does not have a 60% Republican majority.
Yes.
So you can't just open it up.
She knows that.
Unless they exactly. But of course, you kind of could if you wanted to take the chances, and even the Democrats are smart enough to know not to do the nuclear verdict, because once you put that in place, then if the other side gets in power, then they can use it as well back against you. So even the Democrats were smart enough back in the time to make sure of that. And as far as Schumer goes, Schumer isn't being mean or anything like that. The only thing Schumer is right now is scared of losing his job, because he went against the left wing, way out wacko wing there of the left side. He went against them in the spring.
With the exact same thing as they've got right now.
Exact same thing, and he almost lost his job over it. So if he does that this time, he will not be the leader of the minority party. He'll be booted out. And he's just running scared of losing his job at this point. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing he has. That he's not trying to scare the people or be mean to the people. He's just trying to keep his job. And the only way he knows how to do it is to play the game of the extreme left side. So, but anyways, the only other thing I caught there was Bernie Sanders apparently was on The View. Did you happen to catch this, that Bernie Sanders on The View, and he pretty much got roasted by them?
No, I did not catch.
You can believe that?
Believe it or not, I don't actually tune into The View. I'm sorry about that, Horse Feathers.
Well, Spaceman had Dr. Phil, and I don't know. There was just this clip of The View that came along when I was flipping through a few things there, and so one of the people there said, well, the senators and the Congress should forego their paychecks while the rest of the people aren't getting paychecks. And Bernie started stuttering. I mean, almost like he didn't know how to speak correctly. And but there's young people with kids. There's young people with kids that have to support their families. So the Congress people. Well, Bernie, she wasn't talking about the young people with kids, and I don't know, at $174,000 a year plus the insider trading to buy stocks. Shouldn't be too bad to live off what you have, but Bernie, you have what, 3 or 4 mansions? Can you sell one of them to put food on the table for your? I don't know. Does he even have kids or grandkids? I don't know. These people stay in office so long. Apparently, they don't have anybody to go home to. The only thing I can figure is that they just stay there into their 90s because they absolutely have nobody to go home to. Maybe not even a dog. I don't know. Joe Biden tried to have a dog, but kept biting everybody. What was up with that, Your Honor? I don't know.
Yep, good boy.
So, and yeah, that's right. It's too bad it didn't bite the hand that. Well, it probably did bite the hand that fed him, because the one he was. Whatever. We don't need to go there. Anyway. So, Your Honor, I don't know. The rain seems to be past here in Harrisburg, starting to get some broken up clouds. Can actually see some stars in spots. So, everything's moving to the east and looks like we're going to have a pretty good night. And they're not predicting any more moisture for us for a whole week. So I guess it'll be a good harvest week for the farmers once we get a little breeze and dry everything out. And hopefully they got this big fire shut down here south of Harrisburg, west of York, that big mulch factory, mulch manufacturing area there that I'm not sure the reason for the fire starting, but they good possibility was a spontaneous combustion because big piles of mulch are always producing heat is absolutely needed for the mulch process because it always has bugs and stuff in it, and you don't want to be selling mulch with termites to people to be out there spreading the mulch around their houses and just infest their houses with termites. So it's got to get hot, but it's also it can only get so hot, and if it gets too hot, then it does spontaneously combust like hay does in a barn. So, but anyway, so hopefully that's about done because they had, I don't know, like 60 different fire companies out there trying to haul water to spray down this whole big fire they had going. So hopefully that's contained a little bit. But as I say, other than that, we're pretty good shape, and I don't know, it's getting a little drier out here, so the dark roads all the construction lights and emergency lights aren't quite so bad as they were earlier. Boy, I tell you, lighting was absolutely brutal out here when the roads were wet. Couldn't hardly see anything. So, anyways, all right, Your Honor. With that, we'll let you go do your news
And
thing.
with that, we know it is officially hump day. There you go. All right, 844-844-3388. Hello to James checking in. Good morning, everyone, from South Central Texas this morning. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois. He said, some are saying this shutdown could actually go potentially past Thanksgiving. Who knows? Tell will get you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is thanking Republicans for standing firm during the government shutdown. During a Rose Garden luncheon for Senate Republicans today, Trump called out Democrats.
And Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage.
Democratic lawmakers remain dug in on efforts to extend health care subsidies, while Republicans are demanding the government reopen before any negotiations take place. President Trump says he plans to send National Guard troops to San Francisco with ICE agents already en route. Trump cites a recent Portland ruling as well as the Insurrection Act as authority. San Francisco officials, including Supervisor Connie Chan, rejects this move, saying the administration ignores city crime data.
They are going to say whatever it is they're going to say, but San Francisco is ready to protect its residents and everybody who visits.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Lurie also oppose it. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is...
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So here's a question for you. Is it time to buy gold? Or is it time to sell gold? Gold. Major tumble this past day. Gold future prices tumbled, the biggest daily drop in over 10 years. After a stunning rally suddenly came to a halt. Spot gold dropped as much as 6%, hovering at about $4,105 per troy ounce, largest one-day drop since 2013. Silver also tumbled more than 8% to mark their largest daily drop since 2021. Now this, they say, because of easing trade tensions between Washington and Beijing, a rise in the U.S. dollar, and technical indicators that are flashing overbought conditions. Gold had attempted several times to push over $4,400 starting last Thursday, but on each occasion it ran into resistance. The key question now, they say, is whether this slide represents the start of a much-needed correction after what has been a stunning rally year to date. The first major test as far as where the downside will be comes in at around $4,000. But it's also quite possible this is all we get from the dip, and that the buyers may come back in around $4,200. Investors bought the dip last Friday when gold briefly dropped about 1.5%, which was a rare pullback during that recent surge. precious metals and equities reaching all-time highs here in October. Now, Stevens Report research founder tells Yahoo Finance this past day, this is just a bump in the road. You still have elevated inflation. You still have low real interest rates. You've got geopolitical concerns. You've got U.S. government dysfunction. All that is bullish when it comes to gold. Gold has climbed 28% since mid-August amid central bank purchases, inflows into gold-backed exchange-traded funds. Investors piled in to hedge against trade tensions and a fight from fiat currencies. What would break the back of gold would be if all of a sudden we greatly reduced our debt, and that's not happening yet. Or maybe if peace broke out around the world. Wall Street remains bullish on the precious metal going into next year. Bank of America analysts recently reiterated their long gold recommendation, forecasting a peak of $6,000 per ounce by mid-next year. Meanwhile, Wall Street's been kind of upping their price targets. Goldman Sachs sees gold hitting $4,900 per troy ounce by the end of next year, which is up from their prior prediction of, say, $4,300. J.P. Morgan analysts said the yellow metal could hit $6,000 per ounce. They're predicting by 2029. So we're kind of like all over the map with predictions of where it's going to go. But just another day, right? It's 844-844-3388, and the Grump joins us here on a hump day. Morning, Grump.
Good morning. Yeah, let it hit $6,000 an ounce. I know we're about 5.5 ounces is going to go. It ain't going to be in the house, I can tell you that. Now, I listened to Eagle there a minute ago, when he was talking about that they were talking about stealing again, stuff. I saw that on the news and listened to it also. But a kid that said that he would be loading shopping carts up, and walking out the door with it and stuff like that. Apparently he didn't get the memo that there's a new sheriff in town, and I can't believe that they would stick a microphone in somebody's face like that guy or that girl that was, raising hell about her babies, and if they lose their food, she's going to raise hell and all this other stuff. When they both are able-bodied, why? I mean, they are everything that's wrong with the system. Now, why would a young guy, instead of getting an EBT card, they ought to give him a pair of work boots and a damn job application, tell him get his ass out and find something to, a job that he can do. And if he can't do something, train him. I mean, it's just I don't know, that's just my view on it. But I listened to that No King stuff today too. There was some of them that was talking on there, and Steve, I don't know what the hell's wrong with these idiots. Honestly, I don't. Where do they believe that Trump is, acting like a king? It wasn't Trump in 2020 that implemented, the Emergency Powers Act or right there during COVID-19. It was Joe Biden that did that mandated masks, that just forced businesses to close that have still not opened. There's still a ton of restaurants and places like that just, went out of business because of that stupid mandate from that old moron or whoever in the hell was Fauci or whoever, was running the thing. There were just so many things that went wrong that was forced in. I mean, they just suspended under the Emergency Powers Act. They suspended the Constitution of the United States. If that don't reek of a king, I don't know who and what does. And it just, I don't know, man. These people are so damn misplaced. It's unbelievable, and they're never going to agree with anything that Trump has to say. They're never going to step up and say, it's a good thing that, that's cool that he's footing the bill or getting donations to build this big ballroom or whatever the hell it is there, you know, there at the White House. You know, they're not going to say that because that goes against the, you know, the Saul Alinsky school of say no. You know, that, and I listened to about Rand Paul again. I can't understand why Kentucky continues to keep that guy around. He's a no vote on 90% of the things that that runs up in front of Congress. You know, he claims to be this big libertarian, which is fine. You know, he can be whatever, but he's got to step back sometimes and realize that it's not Rand's world, you know, that we live in. He's in everybody else's world. And what's good, we're never going to go back to a balanced budget. Hell, like the last balanced budget was under Newt Gingrich, you know, so we're never going to go back to that because there is just too damn much money changing hands. Now, that's one thing that Trump is trying to alleviate is so much money out here, so many different programs and things that are just redundant as hell, and just keep blowing money on this and that, on, you know, just throwing good money after bad. But Rand Paul is somebody, you know, he's just like his dad was, you know, and you know, you think, well, maybe he's making sense, but he's not making sense. He goes against the Republicans on damn near everything, and they're not what I would say conservative anymore, but you know, in today's society, you know, what the hell, who in the hell is? I mean, it's you know, you try to do the best for the country anymore, and I think that's something they need to look at. But you know, doing away with the filibuster would be an absolute travesty. I mean, it would be something that they don't even want to go down that road, which it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if the Democrats got in power again, if that wasn't the first thing they did, because they wanted to do away with it anyway. But it's been around since, 1837 or something like that. It's been around that long. And you know, the filibuster was designed to give each side a voice, you know, to say something, to have their input in on a budget or on how money is actually spent in the government and how bills are passed. It was nothing more than that. They agreed on that. You know, it's been a parliamentary rule for forever and ever and ever. But it's blinding to see, you know, to sit and look at what's going on right now with this damn government and everything that you know. I listened to Schumer and a couple others talking that, you know, and they're, you know, we need to get health care for every individual in the United States. They're not saying citizens. That's something that just don't come out of their mouth.
Correct.
They're back to saying every individual.
Everyone.
And and that's something right there that the American people need to key on. And if I did anything at all as Congress or as a Senate under a nuclear option, the first damn thing I would do was, if they get this CR passed and get back into business, the first damn thing I would do would be bring up the fact that our military should never be held hostage. I mean, here you got a group of people that's going to bleed for everybody here in the United States, and you got these sorry-ass Democrats that are sitting there going, you know, they think illegal aliens is more important than the people that's defending this country. If it wasn't for the military, I can tell you right now, we would not have a country. You know, the fear of our military is what keeps other countries off our shores. And you know, I don't know where it's going to end. It just they're not going to get their way. They might as well just go ahead with a clean CR and try to negotiate the best deal possible after that for health care. Health care is out of sight. It's out of sight because of Barack Obama. There's no other reason for an MRI or something like that and I got a bill for one, $12,000 for a damn MRI. You know, and that I had to get one on community care, you know, through the VA, because our MRI machine there at you know, it was changing one out and the other one was down. I said, you want to get it through community care? I said, sure, you know, whatever. You know, I pay my deductible anyway, so it didn't matter. $12,060 was what it costs, what they billed the VA for that damn. Of course, they're going to pay pennies on the dollar of it. but they're trying to get every dollar they can. And the only reason they're trying to get every dollar they can is exactly what the Democrats are wanting, and that's more illegals on the dole than is on there right now. They use the emergency rooms and things like that as critical care, or a walk-in clinic, basically. I remember I had to take my wife over when she had a gallbladder. She was having a gallbladder surgery, but she was having a bad gallbladder attack. Took her over there. They're sitting every damn where in there. Kids with snotty noses. Just stupid stuff like that. One guy had a rash on his foot, which looked, he's standing there with his damn shoe off and everything else, and looked like, athlete's feet or something. Hell, I don't know. But, and not a one of them hardly spoke English. And it just turns your stomach to say that, my tax dollars is going to support this place, number one, because they do take in government funds, and yet we're still getting this massive bill from them, after they take in government funds. And I can look around the room and saying, he ain't going to pay, she ain't going to pay, they ain't going to pay. It's going to be stuck on us and the insurance companies. But there again, the insurance companies should never get a damn dollar from the American tax. But when they're billions and billions of dollars in the black, why are we funding them? Why in the hell are we giving them dollar after dollar after dollar, thinking that's bringing costs down? It's not bringing costs down. The more dollars, the more American dollars that is handed out to these insurance companies and that's pumped into the system, the higher prices go up because everybody wants a piece of that damn dollar. It's just like the beef prices that we talked about last night. The more people that handles cattle, the more middlemen that we have to deal with, and the more people that is getting paid off that pound of beef is the more people, and the reason why beef you have to pay for it. The price goes through the damn roof just to compensate everybody who's got their hand out. Instead of, that's one reason why some of these grass-fed people are getting $2.60 a pound, or $3 a pound or whatever for grass-fed beef, is because it's between you, the butcher, and the grower, the rancher, and that's it. You call the place up and say, I want an 800-pound calf or cow on the hoof. What are you going to charge me? Well, I'm going to charge you blah blah blah, and then you got to pay the butchering process. Well, how much is that? Well, it might be a certain amount too. It's always going to be a hell of a lot cheaper than going into stores and stuff, and buying it out of the meat case. Why in the hell do they believe that Aldi's, of all places, is so much cheaper to buy beef in places than anywhere else? Because I haul to them places and talk to them all the time about this. It's because of the amount of bulk that they haul. Number one, they still got butchers on site. We do a lot of cutting at the plants too for the primals and things that they actually want, that they want ground up, like hamburger and stuff like that. But they do some of their own cutting, for specialized orders, and it's a lot cheaper because they don't have all these other idiots out here with their hand out. They're like, nope, it's us. Take it to our distribution center. We take it to the stores, and that's where the people, get it at. And that's, man, I'll tell you, it's just, we've just allowed things to get out of hand, and too many people is wanting too much. And I think a lot of it stems from the Motor Carrier Act of 1980 when they started the Deregulation Act, and they started allowing so many damn brokers over here that can do whatever, whatever they want, chameleons. We've talked about that, same way with the chameleon trucking companies. When a broker's brokering the damn load, he sends it over to a logistics person who's getting paid off of it, that sends it over to another broker because they couldn't move it, so they're moving it again. The top dollar on that beef has never come down. It's still up there. But every step along the way, every stair that you go up, or go down, it's going to be lower and lower and lower until the last man on the rack there, and that's going to be the trucking company that has to haul the damn stuff, and they want you doing it for nothing. It's why would the trucking company want to make so damn much money off of this beef? You guys are just driving the cost up. No, we're trying to freaking survive.
Mm-hmm.
We're one of the few organizations out here right now that is not subsidized by the damn government. And they may subsidize some of the training and things like that, like some of the big ATA companies have. But the average owner-operator, it's blood, sweat, and tears and negotiations, buddy. That's exactly what it is. It's no more of these damn big companies and stuff that owns all these logistic companies. Yeah, hell yeah. People wants to get away from these big companies, drivers do, and go to the smaller mom and pop, not just for the security, but just to be treated better. And it's, yeah, we're going to negotiate our prices as much as we can to get a rate that we can actually, have a living wage, as they call it, and be able to, have somewhat of a decent life. But we got bills to pay, and we're not looking for a handout from the damn government or any kind of subsidy like so many other people are. It's I don't know, man. I tell you, it's the more you look at it, you think, what the hell what happened to this country? I mean, where did the work pride go? There used to be, go back to World War II, Steve. Individuals were killing themselves if they could not get in the military and fight for this country. We're committing suicide because they felt like they were just not contributing. Everybody was doing everything to make this a better place to live. And today, all you got's a bunch of Antifa horses' asses that are standing around going, this America sucks, and everything, and well, then get it. There's planes leaving here every damn day. If you don't like it, find some spot that you do like and take your sorry ass there.
Right.
Leave the rest of us alone. We just want to provide for our family without the government assistance. I don't want my taxes through the damn roof that's paying for a bunch of nonsense that we don't need. I don't want congressmen and senators that are running for re-election the day after they get elected just so they can stay in power. I want them to actually get off their butts and do something for this country. And it just blows your mind how we just keep slipping further and further into the abyss of nobody gives a rat's ass. I don't know. That's just kind of my opinion for tonight. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go. But and I sent Lauren, on Facebook there. I'd like to know, how, about. I don't remember exactly how many, how many cows are, they're putting in a cattle pod. I can't remember. It's been years since I hauled any cows, but I know at that plant we got in Nebraska, today they unloaded 37 trailer loads of cattle. So that's a bunch of cows, man, that they're processing them out as fast as they can. And like I said, I don't think we're running a shortage as much as people think we are. I think a lot of it is people are buying the grass-fed beef, and that's a different accounting process than what we're seeing. You're not seeing it go through so many, a dozen different hands. And I'd just like to, I'd like to hear from Lauren, see exactly, how busy he is and how, because I know, I was talking to some of the other, I was talking to a couple of them tonight, bull haulers up there, and they said, hell, they could run 24/7, 7 days a week, they're getting good rates, which is great, on the hauling end. But, I'm just kind of curious what's, getting from other people, what's going on, because I just don't see the low numbers that everybody's seeing. I see a change in the industry to where people are going direct to the ranchers and making the deals through the butcher shops.
And in some of these deals, I mean, I'm seeing, depending on the cut of meat, but you're $10, $12, $15 per pound and more. All right, Grump, thank you very much. Appreciate your input this Wednesday morning. All right, more and more people, they tell us, getting their so-called news, trying to see what's going on, which you hopefully you're getting factual information. If you're one of those getting most of your information, a.k.a. news, from the likes of some of the artificial intelligence there's numerous different options out there. You're getting incorrect information nearly 50%, sometimes more than 50% of the time. A major new study by 22 public service media organizations has found that 4 of the most commonly used artificial intelligence assistants misrepresent news content 45% or more of the time, regardless of language or territory. Journalists from a range of public service broadcasters, which also included the likes of the BBC in the UK, NPR USA, evaluated the responses of 4 AI assistants, or chatbots, as they call them. ChatGPT, Microsoft's Copilot, Google's Gemini, as well as Perplexity AI. Measuring criteria such as accuracy, sourcing, providing context, the ability to appropriately editorialize, and the ability to distinguish fact from opinion, study found that almost half of all answers had at least one significant issue. 31% contained serious sourcing problems. 20% contained major factual errors. Hold the thought. More to come. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown entered its third week with no resolution.
From the very beginning of the shutdown, I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune says Republicans are ready to negotiate and will push legislation this week to pay federal workers and service members who are still in the job during the shutdown. Demolition efforts are underway on the east wing of the White House.
According to an administration official, crews started construction on the east wing as part of President Trump's project to build a new ballroom. The president had claimed construction of the $250 million ballroom wouldn't interfere with the existing White House structure, but later wrote on Truth Social that the east wing would be, in his words, fully modernized as part of the process. The east wing was built in 1902 during the administration of Teddy Roosevelt and expanded in 1948 1942 under President Franklin Roosevelt. It is a part of the White House complex which has been used by the First Lady and her staff since the Carter administration. I'm Michael Kastner.
Tropical storm Melissa has formed in the central Caribbean with 50-mile-per-hour winds and expected to gradually strengthen into a hurricane. A hurricane watch is in effect for southern Haiti and Jamaica. Robert Garcia of the National Hurricane Center.
The greatest threat right now looks to be in some of those Caribbean islands that are in the greater Antilles. But at the same time, we shouldn't let our guard down.
Forecasters warn its path remains uncertain, but residents in the Caribbean and South Florida should monitor updates as this storm develops. Former Today host Brian Gumble is in the hospital after a medical emergency. TMZ says he was taken last night. Details are unclear. A family member says he's doing better. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Tragedy struck the Tulsa Boys Home in Sand Springs, Oklahoma, when a 17-year-old resident grabbed a gun from an off-duty officer's hip and died by suicide during archery class. Tulsa Police Captain Richard Muhlenberg.
It wasn't a scene of chaos. It wasn't a scene that was inside that you could have seen it happen, because they were just doing what they always do, what we always do, which is engage with these kids.
The off-duty officers have been teaching that program for over a decade. Tulsa police say the incident was unexpected, and the involved officer is on administrative leave while the Tulsa County Sheriff's Department investigates. The father of a 2-year-old boy who was swept away by floodwaters in Barstow, California, has been charged with murder.
The boy died on September 18th during a rainstorm. Brandon Padilla Aguilera was driving his son across a flooded street when their vehicle was swept into a wash. After getting separated from his son, Aguilera was taken to a hospital and later released. The toddler was found dead the next day in the San Bernardino County Flood Control Channel south of the Mojave River. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirms Aguilera was arrested at his home in Barstow last Friday. It's unclear why he is accused of murder. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is considering commuting the sentence of Sean Diddy Combs.
TMZ reports that Trump is mulling the decision, although White House staff are urging Trump not to. Diddy is serving a 50-month prison sentence on 2 interstate prostitution convictions. Trump commuted the sentence of former Congressman George Santos Friday. Andrew Whitman, New York.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to Deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Another hour off and rolling as we get a new day underway. Want to get right back to the calls. I do believe we very well may have a first-time caller. Is this Burton?
Yes, this is Burton, and I just wanted to say greetings and salutations and bouquets and accolades. This is the first radio talk show that I've come across in about 10 years. It's actually for real, and I get good intel by.
Where'd you come across us, Burton? YouTube, Facebook? Where'd you find us?
It's a KLUT, The Answer, 9:30 a.m. down here in San Antonio, Texas.
All right, so one of our San Antone friends. Great.
Yep, and speaking of cattle, that's not the first thing I wanted, but I actually do and every once in a while I get to get some longhorn steaks. They're great. They're very lean, but they're great.
Mm-hmm.
And about the beef prices here, yes, I love Wagyu. It's mostly what I eat, and that is like $15 a pound here.
Yes, yeah, that or more is what I'm hearing. That's expensive stuff.
So yes, you guys. A lot of talkers, everybody wants that, but you guys have some really fantastic about the cattle industry, and here. I'll just tell you how much I keep up on events. So we got the screw worm that's encroaching upon us down here.
Right.
From Mexico. So, I think they better look back at the books on the old ag stuff from when a lot of universities used to have A&M behind their name, like Texas A&M, LSU A&M, and such like that, and look back at what actually got rid of it. And let's start putting that into implications right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like the last caller, and he said he's a hauler and stuff like that, and he's got up in Nebraska. I lived in Iowa for a while, so I know about corn raising and corn fed beef and stuff. But I'm a veteran. I'm 90% disabled, and he said about community choice. I know the program, and I got medically retired in 2014, and I've been buying and paying for most of my equipment myself because this day I found out this week, not this day.
Mm-hmm.
This week I went to a new clinic because I've just moved, and the doctor, I showed him I'm wearing knee braces that are threadbare, and he goes, they still work. The Velcro stuff. They're threadbare, and they're probably at least 5-6 years old. He goes, they're still 100% as far as we're concerned.
Wow.
That's how the VA looks at it.
Well, Burton,
and there's another thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Stephen.
When did you come across this? Is it like the first time you've heard us? You've been listening for a few days now, or are you familiar with Hot Shot Secret products?
No, just within the last 7 days.
Okay.
Because I haven't watched television in a year because it's just so much garbage on there.
Mm-hmm.
I do catch the news. What you said, so-called media, I call it the CIA Operation Mockingbird. You change channels and you see, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So I look at them and I watch them, and then I used to get the Epoch News. I haven't in a while, and some others that are live, and then I do a comparative analysis. It's as simple as that. If you were raised, I'm almost 70. I'm 67 years old. I was in the United States Army, 10th Mountain Airborne Infantry. I got a Ranger tab. I was a artillery scout, and I did 3 years in 20th Special Forces Group. So I got scuffed up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And to still have to pay for my own medical equipment is kind of, I like Shrek for this. It's kind of redunculous.
Well,
you know,
and at the same time, we've got those that want to give health care to people that are illegally in the country. It doesn't make sense, does it?
no, Biden did that right before he left, didn't he? He took a bunch of money from the veterans. I think it was $7 million, or I'm not sure if it could have been $7 billion. The way they throw money around these days. I live within my means. I get my money. I pay the rent. I pay the bills. I buy food. If I have anything left, I get a little tobacco and a little vino. And I'm happy. Can't the government learn how to do that?
We could only wish. Well, Burton, I want you to spread the word. Tell your friends there in San Antonio. Check the show out. Don't be a stranger. We're going to get you a $60 voucher coupon code to try Hot Shot Secret products. Put that in your old reliable vehicle, whatever you're driving. And don't be a stranger. Give us a call anytime. There you go. First time caller. I love it, from our terrestrial affiliates out there. Let me get the rest of the story. I mentioned that you're getting false information, oftentimes major factual errors, as more and more people, they say, are garnering their so-called news from these artificial intelligence chat bots. We found 53% of the answers provided by the AI assistants to the questions with significant issues. Nearly 30%, 29% experienced specific issues with accuracy. Among the factual errors made in response to questions was Olaf Scholz being named as German Chancellor, even though Friedrich Merz has been made Chancellor over a month earlier. Another saw Jens Stoltenberg named as the NATO Secretary General, after Mark Rutte had already taken over that role. AI assistants have become an increasingly common way for people around the world to access information. According to Reuters Institutes, 7% of online news consumers use these chatbots to get news, with that figure rising to 15% for those ages 25 and under. Yeah, those behind the study say this provides confirmation that AI assistants systematically distort news of all kinds. This research conclusively shows that these failings are not isolated incidents as well. These are systemic, cross-border, multilingual, and we believe this endangers public trust. When people don't know what to trust, they end up trusting nothing. And that can deter democratic participation. This one study of the largest, this is one of the largest projects of its kind to date. It follows a study undertaken by the BBC in February of this year. That study found that more than half of all AI answers it checked had significant issues. Almost 20% of the answers citing BBC content as a source introduced factual errors of their own. The new study saw media organizations from 18 different countries across multiple language groups applying the same methodology as the BBC study did to 3,000 AI respondents. They asked common news questions to the 4 AI assistants, such as, what is the Ukraine minerals deal? Or, can Donald Trump run for a 3rd term? Journalists then reviewed the answers against their own expertise and professional sourcing without knowing which assistant provided them. When compared to the BBC study from 8 months ago, the results show some minor improvement, but with a high level of error still apparent. We're excited about AI, how it can help us bring more value to audiences. The BBC program director of generative AI, But people have to be able to trust what they read, watch, and see. Despite some improvement, it's clear there are still significant issues with these assistants. Gemini, they say, performed worst of the 4 chatbots, 72% of its response having significant sourcing issues. In the BBC study, Microsoft's Copilot and Gemini were deemed the worst performers, but across both studies, all 4 AI assistants had issues. In a statement provided to the BBC back in February, a spokesperson for OpenAI, which developed the ChatGPT, said, "We support publishers and creators by helping 300 million weekly ChatGPT users discover quality content through summaries, quotes, clear links, and attribution, but not the source you want to be going to, any of them really, to be guaranteed any, quote, factual information."
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Gary from Southwest Ohio. 53 degrees this early Wednesday, he says. Well, there's our friend at the Three Fat Truckers. Good morning. The overnight drive, happy hump day. All right, remember, no smack in the chat, drivers. We were talking about the pennies last evening, the fact that the Mint has stopped minting pennies, and many of the reserve banks have halted sending penny orders to the banks around the country. She said, I went into my local bank, had a sign posted that read, "No penny rolls for anyone, business or personal." Then I went across the street to the grocery store. They had signs posted that they're looking for pennies. And I guess it's time to just say that, you know, we're done with them, right? That's it. All right, thanks for chiming in there. Coming up, we'll get to the right-wing nut. Philip in Florida. Hillbilly on board. What do we know, Hillbilly? Good morning. Hello, Hillbilly. I guess that means we lost the Hillbilly. So There we go. Let's just get to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, tell you what, though, Schumer and that bunch complaining about that $200 million improvement to the east wing of the White House. Did they not see that that was privately funded, mostly by the president and the other contributors?
I don't think that matters to them. They're making it look like Donald Trump is treating the White House like it's his own personal house. How dare he make any sort of rent? How many times has the White House been renovated over the years? It's been many times under many different presidents. He's making an improvement at no charge, zero to the American taxpayer.
Maybe that's what he's upset about. You can't add to something that's good, make it better, without giving the cost to the American public. But then again, where was Schumer when Hillary decided she was going to take the china and the glasses and the dinnerware, plates? Yeah, where was he at when she was trying to pull that nonsense? Oh, that's just fine. We've already paid for it. We'll buy the next president more stuff. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I heard someone had their daughter in a piratical themed singing contest or something. Is that right?
Something along that line, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, pirates have 4 favorite letters. A, whenever they don't understand a question or they want to hear it again.
A.
I, as in affirmative. I, matey. And they like sailing on the letter C. Whether it's a high C or low C, they love sailing on the sea. And, of course, their most favorite letter of all, R. So there you go. It's the pirates' 4 favorite letters. So what else is going on? Well, I don't know. I've just been listening in, kind of fading in and out, keeping my eyes on the road, keep away from these dinga-dingas or the Raji and Hajis. Ain't there as many of them on the road right now, but it's still dangerous when you see that black flag flying or that sock or whatever the hell they call that damn thing to keep the evil spirits away from them. But, yeah, seen it on the road yesterday and today. You know, these truck stops here on Interstate 40, they're not near as full of trucks. And I certainly hope that's due to the fact that they're getting these people out here that don't speak the English as good as other people do. You know, we're the only country in the world that gave interpreters to those trying to get these licenses, or printed in their native language, or hell, just even give $100, you get the license. You know, we're the only ones that do that kind of stuff. You go anywhere else, unless you're a military member, you know, everybody knows what the signs are because they're universal, international, whatever you want to call them. But hell, these people coming in from other countries, they don't know what a stop sign looks like, a yield sign, or don't go there sign. So, yeah, let's just get rid of them people. We got enough crackpots of our own to deal with. We don't need to be bringing any more in from other countries. And with that, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Well, and thank you for the update there. The Pirates' 4 favorite letters. The right-wing nut. As far as the expansion project, what's going to be a beautiful, ornate ballroom, 90,000 square feet. Now, my understanding is we have these highfalutin gatherings there on this real estate. Oftentimes, they'll put up massive tents and things of that nature for whatever the occasion might be. Obviously, depending on the time of year, there's things it's going to be too damn cold to do out there in a tent, right? The president feels like, we deserve, the people, the White House, deserves to have a very nice, enclosed, heated, air-conditioned facility to have these gatherings, whether it's other world leaders coming in for receptions. Yeah, you get the gist. But this is all being done with his money and donations from anonymous donors. Trump said he would personally pay for a significant portion of this. Some still, again, anonymous donors, willing to spend more than $20 million chipped into the project. So the concern is, according to some legal experts, say this may amount to a pay-to-play kind of thing, access to the administration. In other words, you give $5 million to contribute to this, and you're going to get favor. Kind of like maybe what happened under the the Biden administration, the pay-to-play scheme, right? All right, he said, let's see, Richard Painter, a former chief ethics lawyer in the Bush White House back in 2005 to 2007, he said, my concern is it's using access to the White House to raise money. I don't like it. Yeah, these corporations all want something from the government. A dinner for potential donors was held on October 15 that included senior executives from a number of prominent companies, including Blackstone, OpenAI, Microsoft, Coinbase, Lockheed Martin, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Also present was Woody Johnson, owner of the New York Jets NFL team, Sherry and Edward Glazier, who together with their siblings own both the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Manchester United. A pledge forum seen by CBS News, the BBC's U.S. partners, suggested the donors could be eligible for recognition for their contributions. Plans still being finalized. That recognition could potentially take the form of maybe their names being etched into the structure. We don't know. The White House originally said this gigantic structure would have a seating capacity of 650. Earlier this week, the president said it may be closer to 999. Court documents show the YouTube settlement of $22 million. YouTube will pay $22 million toward the project. Part of that settlement regarding the lawsuit over the suspension of his account after the January 6 events there at the U.S. Capitol. All right, 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is thanking Republicans for standing firm during the government shutdown. During a Rose Garden luncheon for Senate Republicans today, Trump called out Democrats.
And Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage.
Democratic lawmakers remain dug in on efforts to extend health care subsidies, while Republicans are demanding the government reopen before any negotiations take place. President Trump says he plans to send National Guard troops to San Francisco with ICE agents already en route. Trump cites a recent Portland ruling as well as the Insurrection Act as authority. San Francisco officials, including Supervisor Connie Chan, rejects this move, saying the administration ignores city crime data.
They are going to say whatever it is they're going to say, but San Francisco is ready to protect its residents and everybody who visit.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Lurie also oppose it. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people, people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, if I may, let me give you a little history lesson here about changes being made at the White House. A message that needs to be heard by the likes of, say, Hillary Clinton, for instance. She's out there. She's one raising her voice trying to say, it's not his house. How dare he? Maybe she forgot that her husband made some changes to the White House when he was president of the United States. Let's go back in history. Way back. In 1902, it was Theodore Roosevelt, president at the time, that added the West Wing, the first dedicated office space for the president and staff. He also expanded the state dining room at the time. Then Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he added the East Wing in 1942. oversaw the installation of air conditioning and a swimming pool for his therapy due to polio at the time. Harry Truman, from 1948 to 1952, ordered a total reconstruction of the interior, preserving only the exterior walls. After engineers at the time discovered the building was structurally unsound and in danger of collapse. Moving forward in time to more modern times, John F. Kennedy. In 1962, he created what is the modern Rose Garden. Richard Nixon, he actually converted the indoor swimming pool into the press briefing room, and he added a bowling alley. How dare he? Gerald Ford then installed an outdoor swimming pool that was funded by private donations. Oh, there's Hillary's man, Bill Clinton. He undertook the restoration and refurbishment of the executive mansion, improving security systems, improving internet connectivity. Oh, then Barack Obama. Remember his fondness for basketball? He converted the South Grounds tennis court into a basketball court and actually added the White House kitchen garden. But Donald Trump, how dare he? It's not his house. That's where things stand. It's just anything the man does, they have to make it look like this is unprecedented. He's acting like a king. It's not his house. All right, let's get to Philip in Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Hey, Steve, what about the updated situational room? Remember that? We had to update that situational room, and we had to go in and tear the whole lawn up and everything and put that in.
Yep.
Now, who paid for that one? I think we paid for that one, didn't we? I don't think it was off donations. I think we actually paid for that, but things have to be done to those structures. It's part of the deal. I mean, the president is the president of the United States. You know, we have to make sure he's taken care of, and the building he lives in, we have to maintain it, and we have to, if it has a problem, we have to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's adding on 90,000 square feet of space onto that building.
Correct.
I don't know if you've seen the plans for this ballroom. I mean, it's big. It looks almost like a Greek Colosseum, so to speak. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it's huge. But it's 90,000 square feet. Now, we have a ballroom that's down here where I work at that is not even nowhere near that. And it holds about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Okay, and that's if you unfold the sides on it, because they have it to where they can break it up into sections and split it up for different events. So 90,000 feet, that's quite a big space. I mean, how big's your house, Steve? How many square foot is your house, Steve? I know mine's only about 1,400.
I think I'm in that neighborhood, right in that category somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that, it's almost 10 times, well, it's way up above my house. A lot of my houses fit inside that place. So, but, you know, what is the difference between this, Steve, and the guys who lobby Congress to put things on bills? What is the difference, Steve?
Nothing.
Tell me.
Not a thing.
There is no difference. Not a thing. I mean, how many things has Walmart? How many things have Amazon? How many things have Disney? How many things have Microsoft? How many different things that are out there that are bills now that have corporations have influenced? A lot. Mm-hmm. It's well known. It's public knowledge. I can say it because I work for 2 of those organizations. You know, it's no different than lobbying is. Like our drive time that we have now that guys drive on. You know who lobbied that? Walmart did. Walmart wanted that extra hour for you guys to drive out there on. Okay? nonetheless, all these other big carriers out there did the same thing. They got into the deal. We need more drive time. We need to make sure that stuff keeps moving down the road. You know, what's the difference? There's no difference. Now, when it's going to get a little strange is when somebody sponsors it. Now, do you think they'll have, like, the Kia White House Center or something like that, or they'll have the Hyundai, you know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
When they sell sponsorship for the ballroom? Now, that's when it's going to be strange. What do you think about that, Steve?
That'll be a bit different, yes.
You know what I mean? And it could be sponsored by Microsoft, you know, and it's no different than our sports complexes and all this other stuff that we see that's sponsored by a lot of corporations. So it's no different than lobbying. I was kind of wondering myself, I mean, this was just a generalized question from anybody that's average Joe out here on the street. With the shutdown and stuff, how can it be funded to start this construction? And now that you've talked about him paying it for out of his own time, that makes me understand it. What do you think, Steve? I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions about when things happen, especially with the situation of our government right now.
Right.
There's a lot of questions about it. So, but it's food for thought, and it's good conversation. So we got Melissa in the house now. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah, and I mentioned in the first hour, we always talk about that, what they call the cone of uncertainty. And I don't know that I've ever seen one so broad. Like, they don't know where this thing's going.
The cone of uncertainty right now is a circle.
Okay.
A lot of the weather guys are calling it a balloon.
Okay.
Okay, because this thing is just going to hang out down there, and it's going to pump a ton of rain. I'm talking a ton. They say that Hispaniola could possibly get 40 inches out of this thing.
Wow.
Now, you think about 40 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain. Now, you seen what happened in North Carolina with that storm. That was only about 20 inches of rain, if I'm not mistaken, 20 to 30 inches. But you're talking 40 inches of rain on a country that's already devastated by earthquakes, by other storms that have come through, different things have happened over the years. Haiti is in really rough shape. I'm not sure about the Dominican Republic, but I know Haiti is in real bad shape. And you don't need something throwing 40 inches of rain on top of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we got to watch it, though, because if this joker goes over into the western side of the Caribbean, and then it can get a chance of coming up into the Gulf.
Yep.
Or if it goes further west past Jamaica and by the Caymans, it can go for South Florida, which will go right across the Keys and right across South Florida. So it's something that we got to pay attention to. And it is weather, and all this AI stuff, you can only, I mean, I've said it before, 3 days out. Anything more than 3 days out is like a crapshoot, you know, and these forecasts are crazy. It is very crazy. I sat down yesterday for an hour and watched just forecasts on this storm. And some of the stuff is just ridiculous. It's just what they think this thing's going to do. One thinks it's going to go this way, one thinks it's going to go another way. So we're just going to have to sit back and watch, you know, and the season is not over. We still got a long way to go before the season's over for this year. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. Oh, by the way, before I go,
yes.
Did you hear Steve Mack is making a pickup truck?
I have not, no.
If you get a chance, you drivers out there, I know a lot of people like Max. I like Max. I drove Max years ago. Mack is making a pickup truck. They're going to put it in production. And then also, folks, the International Scout, the Scout is back. Now, there's a company that has the name now, and the Scout they're hybriding it like they're doing the Hummer with the electric stuff. So if you guys get a chance, check out the new Scout and check out the Mack pickup truck. I'll catch you later, buddy. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right. As always, have a great day there. Philip, thank you for calling in. Let me see. Linwood chimed in. He said, hey, good to hear from Burton there. Welcome to the Overnight Drive family from a fellow San Antonian. I didn't realize there was an AM station in San Antone airing the overnight drive. All right, yes, that's AM 930. The Answer. Pulled up their website. There's Steve Sommers, midnight to 4 a.m. So kind of sharing the airwaves first thing today with Joe Thomas from 4 to 5 a.m. They run the likes of the Chris Stiegel Show, the Mike Gallagher Show, the Charlie Kirk Show. How about that? Which, of course, Charlie Kirk Show's still there, but with no Charlie Kirk. Isn't that something? All right. Welcome aboard, our friends there. 9:30 a.m. The Answer. All right, let me see here. Pappy, got you coming up just ahead. Eagle, hang it in there. Wanted to talk a little bit about college football. And I don't know, have we had some coaches fired this week? I might have missed that. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. I'll say something about this government shutdown after I get into college football. But yeah, it's wild. It's a wild thing, and it's going to be even more coaches go down the drain before it's all said and done. Florida Gators, they finally fired their coach, and he got fired after he won a game. They didn't get a man a chance to go to the next game. You know, normally you get fired after you lose a game, not after you win. The next day on Monday, I was shocked. You know, I knew he was in trouble, but I didn't think they were going to wait. Lose to Georgia in 2 weeks. Florida and Georgia played. He probably going to lose that game. I thought they were going to get rid of him then, but they got rid of him, so he's out. So now you got Arkansas. They don't have no coach right now. You got Penn State out, and now they talking about making a move on Auburn University. They coaches on the hot seat. They got the other guy down in Kentucky. They're not happy with his job that he's doing. They want him out. Let's see. I think the University of Texas. All these are SEC schools. They're not happy with the performance of their teams. See, these fans have high expectations, and they don't realize. You know, I know they're paying these coaches a lot of money, and now they're paying the players. But they got high expectations. You can't turn a school around in 1 or 2 years, and these fans, they want to see a new coach every time they lose a game. It don't work like that. And the problem is that the coaches had these buyouts, and they're gonna have to do something about that, because you can't have coaches. You got that guy that was used to coach at Texas A&M. I forgot what his name was. He was Florida State coach. He got fired from Texas A&M. That guy's still sitting on the couch, and I would be doing the same thing after you got $80 million buyout or close to $100 million buyout to get fired from it and not to coach no more for that school. That's way too much money to pay a coach not to coach nobody, and then you got to turn around and pay another coach, a decent amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to do something. They got to do something about the Ohio State went through that. Last year we talked about the coach Day. If he wouldn't have won a national championship, they wanted to run him out of town. If he'd have lost to Michigan again, and he's still number one team in the U.S. right now. And everything's smooth as long as he's winning games. And as soon as he started losing games, they be talking about running him out of town again, even though he won a national championship. So these fans' expectations are way, way too high, and they got to realize that you can't just fire a coach just because of one bad season. Everybody have one bad season. That guy Franklin that was at Penn State. Some people think he should have been fired. That guy was in the playoffs last year. He lost a couple of games, but a lot of people felt like he shouldn't have been fired. He should at least gave him one more chance, and they got rid of him. So now Penn State don't have a coach. So and he'll probably turn up at somebody else's school. But I was surprised, like I told you last week, the guy at Indiana, which I think is a phony school. You seen that last year? The same Indiana team made it to the playoffs and got blown out. In the same thing is going to happen this year. Indiana hasn't played anybody. They're the number 2 or 3 team in the U.S., but they have played absolutely nobody. And I think Oregon is the toughest team. Oregon ain't that great. So, like I said, Indiana's a fraud, and they'll be when come playoff time, people will see it when they get eliminated. Now, moving on back to this government shutdown right quick, because I heard a couple of people comment what I was saying. Brunk, yeah, I appreciate what he said. But videos I was telling you about with these people talking about they gonna do what they got to do to put food on the table, even if it includes stealing. That's the wrong way to go about things. Like he said, Steve. Instead of giving these people these SNAP cards, that was a good one. I started laughing. He said they should give them a pair of work boots and go to work. That like I said, there's some people that deserve to have government benefits, Steve, and food and stuff like that. But when you got an able-bodied person, somebody that's like me and you, that's 2 arms, 2 legs, and they can get up out of the bed and do the same thing I do. They can go get them a job, driving a truck or whatever they got to do to put food on their table. It's kind of like you can say, it's kind of offensive when you see somebody on TV and videos demanding that they get something free from the government. Well, I got news for those people. See, like you said, why don't you try to go over there to China or North Korea or Russia? Go over there and make a video and tell Russia, Vladimir Putin, that you demand that he pay for your SNAP benefits and he give you some free food. See what the hell happened to you. You turn up in a dungeon somewhere and you'll never be seen again. And go over there to China and tell the Chinese president you demand that he give you your SNAP benefits, your free food from the government, and see what happened to you. I bet you won't get it over there in China. So these people are just doing it. They don't realize how lucky they are to live in the United States. And I agree with what a lot of other people say. If you, the hell with you, if you able-bodied, if you able to get up out of the bed and go to work just like I can, Steve, then you don't deserve no SNAP benefit. If I can work a job and all your listeners can work a job, they can do the same damn thing. And for them, the nerve of those people to demand that the government give them something for free. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Great to hear from you once again. Welcome back. We'll be back in 2.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I see Pappy's on board. Plowboy, hang it in there. We're getting close to news break, though. If you could hang in there a couple minutes. Yeah, I had a good one to share with Pappy to begin with. You'll love this one. It talks about the in the front door, out the back door criminal system. In and out, in and out. Yeah, this one, of all the stories I've seen, this one's got to take the cake. In this case, it is a 15-year-old Gotta call him a criminal. Back on the streets in Democrat-run Charlotte, North Carolina, despite having been arrested. Remember, he's 15 years old. He's been arrested 111 times. I did not misquote. 111 times in the past 2 years. Now, a quick simple math. 24 months, 25 months. That's 4 times a month. That's once a week. A 15-year-old being arrested. What in the hell is up? Where's the parents, first of all? This is the latest sickening example of how soft on crime leftist policies are endangering public safety, wasting taxpayer-funded resources like the police department and the court system. During a news conference last Wednesday, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department spotlighted the alarming spike in violent crimes being committed by these, what he called recidivist thugs, being arrested countless times. Sergeant Todd Martin of the Southeast Surface Area Crime Reduction Unit said it's obvious this cycle of catch and release is not reducing crime. We're seeing a troubling pattern, a disproportionate number of violent incidents and property crimes being committed by individuals with extensive criminal histories, many who just continue to cycle through the system, never facing any sort of meaningful consequences. He pointed out this outrageous example: a 15-year-old, 111 arrests since August of 2023. The teen has been linked with more than 55 stolen vehicles, 45 home break-ins, according to the sergeant. The most recent arrest was in September. He's back on the streets, ready to terrorize more Charlotte residents. For reference, the teen has been arrested numerous times for illegal possession of multiple firearms at 15 years old. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's day 21 of the government shutdown, and Congress has yet to pass a funding bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson blames Democrats for refusing a short-term measure while they insist on extending health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act.
We have federal workers who are desperate for pay and uncertain when they will get their next paycheck. You got families wondering if they'll go without food assistance next month.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to introduce legislation this week to pay federal employees and service members who are still on the job. A federal judge is ordering the top Border Patrol agent Gregory Bovino to sit in for a disposition in an ongoing lawsuit over the treatment of protesters by federal immigration agents in Chicago.
Bovino is required to answer questions from the plaintiff's attorneys about the agent's use of force. Congressman Mike Quigley denounces the actions of Operation Midway Blitz.
This isn't really about keeping us safe. This isn't about keeping us secure. It's about scaring people.
The depositions of Bovino and other top immigration officials can be held before the next hearing in the case on November 5th.
Perry Williams with that report. The man accused of threatening to shoot up Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport is being held without bond. He has a court appearance scheduled tomorrow.
Family friend Nick Roberts says 49-year-old Billy Joe Cagle is a kind family man.
As a person, Billy's a good dude.
He also tells Atlanta News First he had spoken to Cagle earlier in the day after seeing the live stream of Cagle allegedly threatening to shoot up the airport.
You know, people go through things and people deal with them differently, and unfortunately, Billy, may have made a bad decision.
Cagle was arrested at Hartsfield-Jackson. Police say he had an AR-15 and several rounds of ammunition. He is charged with making terroristic threats. I'm Scott Kimbler.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Senator Rand Paul says he was not invited to a White House lunch with the other GOP senators. President Trump did mention him.
We're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. He automatically votes no on everything.
Senator Paul tweeted that he's fine, and instead he had a Liberty Caucus lunch with Representative Thomas Massie. Paul is the only Republican senator to have voted against a government spending bill during the shutdown. Millions of seniors on Medicare are in the process of changing plans during open enrollment. Medicare Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz says if you have questions, call 1-800-MEDICARE for advice.
We know a lot about you, right? We pay your medications, so we know what they cost and where they are. We know your doctors. We pay them. So we can give you advice about what plans are the most affordable ones for the medications you're on and docs you're seeing.
Dr. Oz says there are significant changes in the 2026 premiums, deductibles, and plan choices. He adds if you don't decide on a new plan, the decision will be made for you, so go to Medicare.gov by December 7th. Some patients with a progressive form of blindness are able to see well enough to read books thanks to an eye implant and smart glasses.
The patients who suffer from age-related macular degeneration were given an implant under their retinas that links with a pair of smart glasses. The device was created by Science Corporation, founded by Max Hodick, who also co-founded Neuralink with Elon Musk. The results of the study were published Monday in the New England Journal of Medicine. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, would you look there? We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. How about that? Welcome into Hump Day. Already midweek. Another week going by. All right, we left off talking about the 15-year-old, 111 arrest in just over 2 years' time, who at this moment, unless he's been arrested again, is again walking the streets. Yeah, looking for the next car to steal or house to break into, apparently. Now, in the hearing, what was his name? The lieutenant or sergeant pointed out the last arrest. I guess they went through his cell phone. He said the following were Google searches found on the juvenile's cell phone. 1, what is the charge for killing an officer? Another, is police murder a charge? Another search, what is capital murder? The sergeant said, despite the juvenile's delinquent history and repeat offender status, he was released back into the community once again in September. One Charlotte resident says these criminals are cycled through a revolving door. There's no accountability whatsoever. This teen criminal joins a long, expanding list of violent repeat offenders allowed back on the streets despite multiple arrests. Among them is Tyvon Williams, who's been arrested numerous times. Rape, kidnapping, assault, robbery. Why is this insanity being allowed? Another recidivist, DeCarlos Brown, murdered the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee that made international headlines here a few weeks ago, back in August. Remember that? Irina Zarutska? That was in Charlotte as well. That's the guy who had 20 other mugshots for his criminal history, who was walking the streets in the soft run-on-crime politics city. And this sort of policy, the catch and release cycle, is being mirrored in other blue cities all over the country. Is it not painfully obvious that these policies are not deterring crime? They're actually emboldening the criminals because there's no fear of punishment or reprisal. Kind of thought you'd like the 111 arrest for a 15-year-old. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? I told you, man. That doesn't surprise me at all. There is an uptick, a big uptick with these juvenile crimes. And Steve, if he's been arrested 100 times, how many crimes did he get away with? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How many cars did he break into before he got caught breaking into cars? And they're getting more and more violent. Kids carrying guns now, these juveniles carrying guns.
Yep.
Steve, I'll go back to, this is all by design, man. You know, it started with the breakdown of the family when you don't have a father in the house. And like you said, where's the parents of this kid, right? Who'd they release him to?
Mm-hmm.
You know? It's designed to cause chaos in the streets. Let's talk about the Easter ring real quick. Yeah, what's the difference between a lobbyist, Steve, or making a political donation, right? I'd be willing to bet that old Dilly Billy, and old Brock there, used taxpayers' money to build his little basketball court. What did Clinton have done? I forget, but I bet you
some sort of complete renovations of the executive mansion. Yes,
the executive mansion where they sleep, right? Yeah, I'd like to see if you can find out if that was done with taxpayers' money. And here's Trump trying to redo the East Wing using donations, and they want to say, it could be pay to play, no different than a lobbyist. Steve, by the time that thing's done, Trump will damn near be out of office. And you notice he's donating his own money. And they say pay to play. It's not like the Biden crime family who's taking all the money and putting it into their own personal piggy bank. These people. Hey, I hope Burton's still listening. We haven't passed one out in a while, but it's kind of remind the new listeners. Every once in a while when we get a spectacular call from somebody, we hand out a big cookie to that person. It's been a while since we handed one out, right? I mean, Grump was pushing it here. He's about ready to get one. All the calls he's been making here recently, he's on it, man. But Steve, I think Burton deserves the big cookie tonight. Man.
How about
here
that?
We got a retired warrior who was a ranger, went to ranger. He's all banged up probably from jumping out of airplanes. And he wasn't a scarecrow, and he picked up that phone and was a first-time caller. So I nominate Burton for the big cookie tonight, if that's okay with you.
That's 100% appropriate.
And here he is. And he's probably, I can't remember if he said for sure, but he might be drawing some medical benefits that he is entitled to and deserves. Which brings us to the shutdown, Steve. I want to talk about this shutdown a little bit, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
This is a total shutdown, Steve, a total shutdown of the government. There's been what they call partial shutdowns. This is a total shutdown, and as a total shutdown, this is the one that no one's went longer than this one. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Democrats voted for the same bill 13 times. It's basically the same bill when Biden was in office, and 13 times they all voted for it. But now they're not. And why aren't they? Is it really because they want health care for immigrants? Might be more nefarious to me, Steve. I don't know. Are they trying to crash the economy, Steve? I mean, I haven't heard anybody really talk about this. They said it could, but What would it take to crash this economy, keeping this lockdown going?
Mm-hmm.
How long to keep this lockdown going until it crashes the economy? I wonder if anybody can come up with that number. How many more weeks, months, whatever? Have you seen some of these? Steve, I saw some videos, some clips of these leftists. They are ramping up the rhetoric big time. Chucky Schumer, did you hear what he was saying? He was calling for this is a quote, forceful uprising.
Now, what does that mean, Pappy?
Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, what do you think that means, Steve? Forceful uprising. Man, Steve, the ramping up, you see the ramping up of attacks on these federal agents. The attacks on ICE facilities, left calling for more of the same, media calling for it. Steve, New York's about ready to elect a mayor, right? That is a full-blown Marxist, man. Even Chicago and Portland ramping up. All the applause from the left on the Charlie Cook assassination. Jumping up and wishing it would happen some more. Wishing it would happen to Trump. I forget the name of this one girl, Steve. She does her little podcast, goes into these videos, goes into these protests, right, with her and her husband. She goes around and interviews some people. And Steve, I mean, when you see they can't even answer simple questions. and then when they can't answer it, they resort to violence. They resort to trying to take that girl's microphone away from her or pushing her. Did you hear what Don Lemon said? Steve, I saw this video. I don't know if he was on a podcast or if it was a news channel. It's him and some other guy on the screen. Don Lemon was calling for illegal criminals to go out and purchase a gun. And he had to throw this in parentheses and do it legally.
Okay, and that's not possible.
And use your Second Amendment rights against ICE agents that are attempting to kick down your door and arrest you. Steve, I saw that clip. It wasn't AI generated. He was telling illegal immigrants that doesn't have a Second Amendment right to go out and purchase a gun, and if ICE shows up and tries to kick down your door, to protect yourself. Steve, this is crazy. He should be arrested. These are criminals that have warrants out for their arrest.
And are those statements not a direct link to inciting violence?
Yes. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing this being amped up. Did you see this father holding a piñata up during this No King little protest last weekend? And he's got his teenage son with a knife stabbing and slashing the Trump piñata. Did you see that one?
I did not catch that one.
They're amping it up, Steve. They want total chaos in the street. I think that they are pushing for a civil war. And unfortunately, Steve, I mean, you can only poke the bear too many times. And I'm not calling for any violence or anything. I'm just saying you can only poke a bear too many times before he comes out of that hole and attacks, man. These people are off the rockers. These people walking the streets, Steve, they're just stupid. They're brainwashed. They have no idea what they're talking about. When you see somebody ask them a basic question, right? You're a racist. You voted for Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this girl asked this girl that was making that statement, well, what's a racist? And she goes, well, it's the white privilege that this country was built on. See, Steve, see where they're going with this? See what they've been doing in these elementary schools, teaching these kids? When you've seen, and most of these are middle-aged to older white women. I remember when Black Lives Matter came around, they showed these videos of white women kneeling down and kissing the boots of a black man. Do you see them videos?
I remember those. I do. Yep.
Well, this white girl couldn't give the definition of what a racist is. She just said because she was a Trump supporter, that made her racist. And she turned around and asked this girl, she said, well, if you're saying that the country is white privilege because of racism, that makes you a racist then, right? She goes, yes, I am. I'm a racist.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Yes. And she's like, well, I don't know if I want to talk to a racist. I'm saying I'm not a racist. And then she gave her the definition of racism, you know. And this girl was just clueless. And because they're clueless, they're falling for all this crap, like this mayor that's about to get elected in New York. He's a straight-out Marxist, man. When you start teaching these young kids in school, starting in elementary school,
yeah,
that America is bad, democracy is bad, you need to share the wealth, tax the rich, that you're entitled to sit in mommy's basement and not work and get subsidies from the government. What's going to happen to that country, see? It's going to go socialist or communist, and we all know what happens to them countries that go down that road. When they go full-out communist, all these people that are doing all these protests, what do you think is going to happen to them, Steve, when it really goes communist? They'll be digging their own graves. All right, I've vented enough, bud. Back to work tomorrow. Got a few more squares to roll up here and polish some buttons, so I'm not done. I got a little bit more to do before I hit the hay. So I appreciate you taking the call. Big cookie out to Burton. Everybody stay safe and watch your six. Appreciate it.
There you go. Thank you much, Pappy, as always. All right. I promised we'd get to the lowdown. Yeah, seeing the headlines, Trump to forgive student loans. I say, wait a minute, didn't Biden try that? Well, weren't we outraged? The administration said it will cancel student debt for millions of borrowers under a new agreement with the American Federation of Teachers. A reversal from earlier efforts to block some loan forgiveness programs. But under the deal, the White House will restart processing student loan forgiveness for borrowers enrolled in 2 income-driven repayment programs. There is the income contingent repayment and another called the Pay As You Earn program until they expire. Those plans will be phased out by July 1 of 2028 under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. Higher education experts estimate the programs together have about 2.5 million enrollees. Now, according to legal director for Project Borrowers, which represented the teachers union, it's a tremendous win for borrowers. With today's filing, borrowers can rest a little easier. The administration said that borrowers who qualify for forgiveness this year will not owe federal taxes on the relief. A Department of Education spokesperson said that the Biden administration's illegal attempts at a mass student loan forgiveness caused an impact on all of the department's income-driven repayment programs, including income-based repayment. The courts intervened to stop those illegal efforts, but that also impacted department systems and prevented us from processing lawful loan discharges. Thanks to the Trump administration's efforts to separate the illegal loan cancellation schemes, we're now able to process legitimate loan cancellations once again for borrowers who have been making payments for the requisite number of years. The administration looks forward to continuing the work to simplify the loan repayment process through implementation of the president's One Big Beautiful Bill. That act. Earlier this month, the Education Department reinstated a long-standing student loan forgiveness program that had been on hold since July. Borrowers who have made payments for 25 years under the Income-Based Repayment Plan, or IBR, can now have the remaining balance forgiven, according to the companies that collect payments on behalf of the government. There's about 2 million enrolled in IBR. Now, many have not yet made enough payments to qualify. This was established all the way back in 2007. IBR is one of 4 federal plans that base your monthly payments on your income and family size. The plan offers forgiveness after 20 or 25 years, which is the equivalent of roughly 240 to 300 monthly installments. So these aren't people that have just taken their loans and walked away and said, screw it. They've actually, I guess, based on income, been trying to do their due diligence. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
All of it hurts the economy, it hurts our national security, and it hurts the American people, and the Democrats seem not to care.
It's day 21 of the government shutdown, and Congress has yet to pass a funding bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson blames Democrats for refusing a short-term measure while they insist on extending health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act.
We have federal workers who are desperate for pay and uncertain when they will get their next paycheck. You got families wondering if they'll go without food assistance next month.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to introduce legislation this week to pay federal employees and service members who are still on the job.
I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained to 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All righty, get right back to the phones here and see what Plowboy has going on this hump day. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. I'm glad you said what day it was, because, damn, I've done something I've not done in my 57 years. I missed my damn birthday. It was yesterday. I forgot all about it.
Happy birthday. You totally forgot until the day after. Wow.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, bro. But no, when you said it's 20, it's like, crap. But then again, hey, I want to get older. Hell, I want to go back and try and straighten this younger crowd up. But you brought up that deal about that kid having, 100 and some odd arrests in 2 damn years?
Yes.
That was just probably the felony side of it. How many other counts did he really have against him? That's what I would like to know. Because you said stolen cars. Now, I hear the word stolen car. I hear eluding the police. I hear speed. I hear running red lights. I hear all that good crap. So,
yeah, right.
If you go at that realm of it, figure it up this way. If you put a half a year on every charge that little brat's got, he will retire in the pen. He will retire, 70 years old and not a day on this side of the bars, as far as my opinion goes, and I know it ain't worth much, but Steve, we remember what all these damn DAs in these liberal cities was backed by. What man was it, Steve? Remember that name? Help me out a little bit. George Soros. And I'm sorry, it's coming home to roost, and I hate for them people that are getting badgered by these little brats doing that crap. But hey, I'm seeing something. You might have to look this one up for me. I can't remember where it's happening at. But I remember some of the cities, they're not starting to go after the parents for not controlling their children. Hey, if mom and daddy's going to live off the damn welfare program and don't know where their sons or their daughters are, be in the same damn cell with them.
Well,
I could get it for ask less.
And that 15-year-old, there were, again, several occasions where he was arrested for possession of firearms at 15. So, where does mom and dad come into play?
Been looking at trying to kill a cop?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, go ahead and put him out of his damn misery. Put him out of our misery. We don't need the little brat. It may be hateful, but Steve, I don't give a damn no more. We got to control our country to the right side of things. And I mean, as long as they're allowed to run loose and run amok, I'm sorry, they ain't going to do nothing but get worse. Now, okay, let him become 18. What's going to happen, Steve? Is he not going to get some little girl pregnant and he become a felonious daddy, living off the government, their children, and their baby mamas is the same damn thing, and on and on.
Now, based on his track record, based on his track record, he probably won't live to the age of 18 unless he gets turned around and gets on the right path.
Amen. But do you happen to see what I'm going to probably tick off, maybe not, but what happened out there at the San Diego Sharks game? Did you see that big upheaval that they had out there?
I did not. No, sir. What happened?
Okay, out there, I guess they had somebody running a little screen board above. I forget what time they said it happened, but it said San Diego Sharks, which is, I guess, is a hockey team out there, loves ice. And now, I mean, they're all having a big apology tour over it, saying that does not go, that goes against our values.
Yeah, boy.
And they're trying to figure out who the hell. Yeah, oh boy's right. Yeah, I'm sorry. If they don't want the police or ICE, walk out of it, run away from it. We need them other places. Hey, if you don't want us at your games, to hell with you then, if it doesn't hold up to your values. But also, Steve, and I'll end with this: this AI crap, I hate it passionately. And Brother Philip, Steve, you know I've looked into that John Deere pickup. that Caterpillar truck and all this. It's all for naught situation. It was all drew up on AI, and it's never going to exist. Because I was wanting that John Deere pickup, just because, plowboy, I barn on the farm, and the way I was looking at it. And it's non-existent. But now, this other part of AI, have you seen where people are trying to get to God through AI? That one I seen here the other day. And I'm trying to think, AI, what in the... I'm sorry, if you can't find God through the Bible, how are you going to find him through the AI and get the right thing?
Yeah, all right. Well,
I mean...
Some are predicting that at some point in time, God, some will look at AI as God. I can see that happening. Just give it time. The almighty, all-knowing AI. All right, let's try. Take two. Hillbilly, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Hey, we made it halfway there. Hump day. Here it is.
I hear you. Well, you sent me down memory lane, I guess, Monday night when you played Damn It, Ray. I can remember in the early 90s and late 80s, riding a tractor middle of the night listening to your dad. He played that.
Yes. I think that little bit was about 17 years old.
But it's always been a good one to listen to. I already know I was going to end up, but I still end up laughing my butt off over it. Now, this government shutdown, I hate it. They're playing politics with people's lives, and that's what they're doing. I'm going to get a little personal here. My wife works for the state of Kentucky. She does SNAP and the health benefits. And she's already told me that she's going to start taking her pistol with her at the first of the month if they don't open the government back up, because she's scared of what people might do. It ain't her fault, but she's going to get the blame for it, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, everybody in the office, she told me, is in agreement with that, too, even her boss. I said that she's already started to get phone calls about people worried about it, and all she tells them to do is to call your congressman and senator. Says that's the only way you're going to get it fixed is through them. But, I mean, even our military forces need to be paid if they're going to be protecting our freedoms. They at least should be getting paid. And I guarantee you this government shutdown wouldn't last long if you not pay all of them SOBs their wages and health care, and take their Secret Service away from them, too. On top of that, they're paid by our tax dollars, right?
I believe so, yes. Absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll last if it ain't making no money and no protection? How long do you think it'll last then? Now, I can't think of his name now. I was talking about the beef prices. I was actually shopping this weekend for hamburger and steaks for this week for the house, and I got to look at the prices. I'm thinking, we grow beef, and we slaughter beef there come to about the first year, so we run out. But I look at the prices there, I'm thinking, it don't show the prices that we're getting for the beef that we're selling. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I forgot what the last beef prices was, but I'm thinking somebody's getting rich somewhere, and it sure ain't the farmers and the ranchers, like always. But, all right, I'm off my soapbox, Steve. You have a good show, and everybody be safe.
All right, hey. Good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Thanks for checking in. Have a safe day. All right. I saw the headline several days ago about an airliner hitting something when it was at approximately 36,000 feet. What are you going to strike at that elevation? It ain't a bird. United Airlines now says it appears it was indeed a collision with a weather balloon cruising over Utah, again at 36,000 feet last week, that fractured layers of the windshield, forcing an emergency landing. A California company called Windborne Systems said it started looking into the situation Sunday, not long after the National Transportation Safety Board said it was investigating. Windborne quickly concluded that the Boeing 737 MAX very likely ran into one of its balloons. Despite the company's best efforts to prevent such collisions, the plane was flying from Denver to Los Angeles. Thank goodness it did not lose cabin pressure. It landed safely in Salt Lake City. This was last Thursday. 134 passengers and 6 crew aboard. Windborne's CEO, John Dean, said he was surprised at the extent of the damage to the plane's windshield because Windborne's balloons weigh only 2.4 pounds at takeoff, with a simple bag of sand serving as a ballast. But the impact sent fragments of glass flying into the cockpit. The company said we follow FAA rules for the size and design of our balloons to gather data to help improve weather forecasts. This is extremely concerning and unacceptable in the case of a collision, regardless of what the official regulations are. This resulted in injury to a pilot, and I'm simply not okay with that whatsoever, said Dean. Now, Dean said in an email this past day, data about the location of the flight kind of lined up pretty close with the last known location and altitude of one of their balloons before it stopped transmitting right about the reported time of the collision. Windborne forwarded all of their data to the National Transportation Safety Board, who will ultimately make the determination as to what happened. Windborne, they say, has launched more than 4,000 balloons. They say we coordinate with the FAA each time. We file notices for pilots, and we share live updates on balloon positions with the FAA. They've already tweaked the software for balloons to minimize the time they spend between 30 and 40,000 feet. They're also looking at a different ballast design to maybe reduce the force of any future collision to minimize potential for damage or injuries. So the NTSB will give a preliminary report probably in a few weeks. It'll probably be more than a year before we get the ultimate full report from them.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, coming up, we'll hear from Senor Heatwave. Right now, see what Buckwheat has going on. How's your week going there, Buckwheat? Good morning.
Oh, week is going fine. I had an off day yesterday, and I was spending it with my granddaughter, so that was fun. You know, she went past somebody's house, and they had a fire truck there, the swing set, you know, one of those plastic things, and she said she wants a fire truck swing set for Christmas. So I informed her parents of that and let them decide if they want to do that.
There you go.
Grandpa's not going to go there, but yeah, so anyhow, hey, this past weekend I seen something about my one of our senators, John Fetterman there from Pennsylvania. He's a Democrat, but he stated that he is country first and party second. And it's like, wow, we finally got somebody in government that actually has the right frame of mind. You know, with these Democrats, I mean, I didn't vote for him because he was a Democrat, but, you know, he's not voting for this shutdown, and he's voting that they should pass a continuing resolution. And, you know, and he's probably getting some flack about it, but, you know, I don't agree with the attire that he wears. You know, he should wear a suit and tie, but he likes to wear those sweatsuits and
right
stuff like that. But you know, but anyhow, I can look past that if his ideas are right. But yeah, and one of the things we know horse feathers from what he says that he drives older equipment and older cars for his personal choice, and I mean, after what I seen on Monday when I was coming back from New York City, I think horse feathers may be onto something. I was coming across 78, heading into Allentown, and all of a sudden I was in that passing lane, and here comes a deer from the left lane, from the median strip, and she goes running out in front of the truck in front of me. And all of a sudden, I see her come flying back, spinning at the top and head over heels. And I was like, what the world? She didn't hit the truck in front of me. I mean, I could tell by his reaction he didn't hit her. And as I got, you know, she ended up there on the white lines, and I drove over her nose. And I come down the road a little further, and after that truck cleared, I could see there was a Mercedes-Benz parked in the right lane, stopped, and all it had was a dent in the driver's door. But all the airbags had blown in the car, so they couldn't drive it. They couldn't see to drive. And so they were sitting there right in the middle of the right lane, and all the traffic was backing up around them and causing a wreck. But it just made me laugh. All these safety features that they put in these cars to keep us safe from an accident, and here it's just a little dent in the driver's door, and they can't drive away. You know, it's been an older vehicle like Horse Feathers likes to drive. I mean, he could have drove away, and he would have never thought nothing about it. But anyhow, it's just some of the crazy things you see happening. But yeah, so I'm on my way to New York City here, and I actually got a little bit of a different route there. I mean, I got a couple stops in the city, but then on the way back, I got a delivery. in New Jersey. And, yeah, I'm not sure about that, but anyhow, that's what they have for me today. And this weekend, one of our local fire companies, we have a lot of volunteer fire companies, and I think they should be funded better than what, except through donations and that. But anyhow, one of the local fire companies, they put on their website that there was a big barn fire, it's close to the Lancaster Airport, and the barn was completely destroyed. That was about 2:15 in the afternoon, and about 3 o'clock, that fire company also had a call for a garage fire, and while they were mopping up that and they were leaving that, they got a call for a hotel fire. And so in a matter of 2 hours, they had 3 calls that, they had to go out to. Mm-hmm. And, that was a busy afternoon, and it's all volunteers, and they, people giving up their Saturday to help people out in need. And that's, we don't see that too often nowadays, especially with that young kid you were talking about, 15 years old, and has 111 arrests. He's not thinking of his fellow man. About the benefit of them, but it's good that there's still some good people out there and willing to help people out in need. And so, anyhow, well, that's about all I had this morning. Oh, yeah, I listened to that post earlier over the weekend. He has a 3-hour show, and some guy from Victor called in, blind man, and he tried to plug your show, and Bo Snerdley cut him off. I thought it was sort of funny. He did get the Steve Sommers name out. Yeah. He said he listens to Steve Sommers with a bunch of truck drivers, and Bo Snerdley didn't want to hear anything about Steve Sommers, but it just made me laugh. These blind man's doing his work. He's trying to spread the show. So, anyhow.
He always does.
All right, that's all. I will speak to you later.
All right, thank you very much. Old blind man trying to sneak a little plug in there now and then. Thanks, blind man. All right, news break just ahead here. How about we maybe talk some autonomous vehicle stuff in the final hour coming up here. All right. The case that autonomous vehicles can be deployed safely, it's been made repeatedly. That might be true one day, but it is not an effort that can be rushed. Ponder that, and we'll give you more again coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is thanking Republicans for standing firm during the government shutdown. During a Rose Garden luncheon for Senate Republicans today, Trump called out Democrats.
And Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage to appease the extremists in their party.
Democratic lawmakers remain dug in on efforts to extend health care subsidies, while Republicans are demanding the government reopen before any negotiations take place. A DHS probe found that FEMA officials under the Joe Biden administration allegedly skipped disaster aid visits to homes with pro-Trump or Second Amendment signs. They logged political data, which Kristi Noem calls a horrifying abuse of power. President Trump says he plans to send National Guard troops to San Francisco with ICE agents already en route. Trump cites a recent Portland ruling as well as the Insurrection Act as authority. San Francisco officials, including Supervisor Connie Chan, rejects this move, saying the administration ignores city crime data.
They're going to say whatever it is they're going to say, but San Francisco is ready to protect its residents and everybody who visits.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Lurie also oppose it. An illegal alien from Guatemala, previously deported and freed after a DUI, has been charged in the hit-and-run death of a 61-year-old North Carolina man. ICE says Wilmer Fuentes Mejia should have been behind bars years ago. Critics blame soft-on-crime local prosecution for letting dangerous repeat offenders walk free with deadly results. Leesburg, Virginia police are investigating after Ku Klux Klan flyers were found early Saturday. The flyers were inside Ziploc bags weighted with rocks. Officers collected the materials and asking residents to check surveillance footage for any suspicious activity. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
One New York airport is being called the best in the United States.
Forbes Travel Guide has designated LaGuardia Airport the best in the entire nation for the second year in a row. The airport has received a slew of awards since making an $8 billion transformation from what was once one of the nation's worst airports to now the best. Port Authority Executive Director Rick Kahn says it's all thanks to private partners like Delta and JetBlue Airlines who have helped create a new LaGuardia Airport. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Japan now has a female prime minister for the first time.
Sanai Takaichi is a controversial figure in Japanese politics. The 64-year-old hardline conservative leader is an admirer of former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Takaichi becoming prime minister comes at a difficult time for the ruling LDP, which has been hit by a series of scandals. The last prime minister, Shigeru Ishiba, announced his resignation last month following election losses which saw the LDP losing its majority in both houses of parliament. Rebecca Bundin, member
buy.
A round-the-world research trip by a high-tech underwater device out of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution is now underway.
The unmanned ocean glider named Red Wing launched from Massachusetts earlier this month on a 4-year-plus mission that'll see it travel more than 40,000 miles. The glider will only emerge from the water for maintenance and to transmit data, and will visit 7 ports of call, starting with Spain. Its mission is to gather data from the oceans to help scientists broaden their understanding of them. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Just like that. We'll kick off our final hour number 5 coming your way here on a hump day. See if Senor Heatwave is hanging in there, rolling up the highways and byways. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Here at Klein's Corners, New Mexico, heading in an easterly bound direction. And we've had signs saying there's road construction up ahead, merge now. And then it says, well, maybe not now, but maybe here in a little bit. And I swear it's been about 10 miles before I've even seen the sign here that's pointing arrows to merge to the left. Oh, I tell you what, this damn state, it needs an enema, as Joker would say. You know? Good night. Anyways, yeah, the Texas A&M situation with Jimbo Fisher, that was a $75 million buyout. And the alumni of Texas A&M, they've got some very deep pockets, especially the high money people. So that didn't come out of the university funds. That came out of people that care about A&M football. And I think it was a mistake to get Jimbo Fisher to begin with. But then again, every time you get a new coach in, they bring a new system in, and it works the first year. And all of a sudden, they just drop. So, and what Knucklebuster was talking about yesterday, I had no idea what he was talking about as far as A&M getting fined. Yeah, apparently I found out earlier today from Big Sexy that Texas A&M was fined because there was a player that faked an injury, so they took an injury timeout, and that saved A&M from burning a timeout. So he was there on the field, and he got looked at, and 2 plays later, he was back in the game. So they fined A&M $50,000 for that little stunt. And I really thought Coach Elko had higher moral character than to pull that kind of nonsense. But I guess, as they say in NASCAR, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Mm-hmm.
But, so I don't know. We'll see how this works out. And truly, to be quite honest, I do not believe A&M is a true number 3 ranked team. There's a little hump they got to get over it, and it's called pride. I mean, you can be proud of yourself and proud of your team, but to go out on the field and think people are just going to drop down because Texas A&M's on the football field, that ain't happening. You got to go out there, and everything you do, you got to earn. Now, with that said, Texas Tech and their tradition of throwing tortillas on the field, I wonder how much they get fined for doing that. Or if it's like, well, we're going to throw these tortillas on the ground, we're going to gather them up, and then give it to the hungry there in Lubbock, Texas. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, anyways, I know I was going to talk about something else, but I forgot what it was. Does your computer secretary have it on there?
Let me see. I don't believe. College football, Texas A&M.
Oh.
And I think there's a true number 3 team or something.
Well, yeah, that Texas A&M, like I said, I really don't believe they're a true number 3 team.
About the language barrier. The language barrier we have here in the States.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I've been on hold for a while. Okay. We were talking, me and a group of guys and gals, yesterday were talking about the language barriers. And I think Wright had said something about, 187 different languages out there getting interpreters and whatnot. I had been called to Santa Fe for a jury selection pool. We're talking about people that don't speak the English language. This one lady had been injured in a car accident that involved a company driver, not a big semi, but one of these delivery drivers in the vans. And she got money, but she said it wasn't enough. And I'm trying to listen to what the lawyers were talking about and what the judge was talking about, and I raised my hand. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing everything y'all are saying because somebody over here is talking in Spanish. And I said, it's very distracting. And they said, well, it's the interpreter. I said, oh, did we have a foreign national get hit? No, she's an American. She's been here 25 years. She just doesn't speak English. What? And she thinks she's entitled to more money? I mean, I think right there the defense was really in favor of me being on the jury, and the other side is like, no, scratch him off. I mean, you don't stay in the country that long and not learn something of the English language. It's like we're talking about that girl that went to Costa Rica. Oh, I can't live down here. I don't speak the language, and I don't know what. Well, you know what? You should have thought about it before you left the greatest country in the world. But then again, we are too accommodating, I guess, is probably the word. Keep your culture when you come here to the States. Embrace your culture. But when you're here, learn English. Learn the American way. Don't be over there with a hand out going, gimme. No, you come here and you bust your butt to earn for what you want. This accommodation crap really needs to stop. You come here, you learn the English language. And if you don't, well, sorry. Guess you need to go back where you come from. That kid in we say it was Charleston with 111 arrests.
I think, was it Charlotte or Charleston? One of the two. Charlotte, I think. I don't remember.
Well, I can probably guess. He is a underprivileged minority who doesn't know his father. He's never been hugged enough, and he's entitled. Along with that older gentleman that killed a Ukrainian immigrant, a refugee, whatever her status was. You know, we've got to stop allowing this to happen. Make them accountable. And if the parents are around and they can't control their kid, throw them in the jail cell with the kid as well. You know, make them stand in front of their mother whenever mother has to go potty and there's no door because they don't want, you know, prisoners to have privacy. You know, you lose a few things when you're in jail, and that's going to be one of them. So until these people are made accountable, and Soros, and I guess his nephew or son is even worse than what George is. I mean, we got to get these kind of people out of here. They are the true danger to this country, especially when they pay money out to other organizations that go under a 503. It's like they were saying the other day, well, you lose your tax status because you're not supposed to be using that for political purposes. So, yeah, I'm sure I'm being a little strict in my thinking, but when is enough going to be enough? You can't talk to a Karen or a Ken who's dead set against you, and they tell you why, and then when you try to respond, all they do is holler at you like a 3-year-old throwing a damn tantrum. You can't take people seriously when they do that, or when they dress up as farm animals, or caricatures,
or the one that got arrested. I think Brother Rambler sent me a story out of down. He said only in the Gulf Coast. Yeah, this was a woman that got arrested for. She was wearing we'll call it a phallic costume. She was dressed as a male anatomy, and law enforcement said that was obscene. Oh, my. All right. Happy Hump Day Coffee Up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hey, a big shout out to Knucklebuster. All the veterans out there, get her done. Wow, 44, warming up to a whopping 50 in Fort Wayne. 41 to 50 Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan today. Let's get going. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. Semper Fi. There you go, from Truck and Phil. The case for autonomous vehicles. Now, we keep hearing they can be deployed safely. Over and over again, they tell us. That may be true one day. The report from Landline this past day. We cannot rush this effort. Autonomous vehicle manufacturers have made live streams of their driverless vehicles available. They've detailed test runs. They've partnered with major carriers to validate their operations. This coincides with exemptions from federal safety requirements for autonomous vehicles being routinely requested and in some cases approved. Additionally, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has twice amended their federal standards for automated driving systems this year, calling them outdated. A letter last Friday to the Department of Transportation, Acting Assistant Secretary Michael Halem, OOIDA explained some of their ongoing concerns about the safety of autonomous vehicles while also calling for documented research and testing data. Regardless of their potential, it's important to understand the implications of autonomous vehicles on the public roads, says OOIDA. While they might improve safety conditions, safety under certain conditions, they do create new risks with dangerous outcomes. Unfortunately, mostly voluntary federal reporting requirements leave truckers and the general public in the dark about the safety and reliability of these autonomous technologies. Recent research from the Autonomy and Robotics Center at George Mason University revealed serious concerns about the safety of autonomous vehicles. OIDA says we support mandatory testing, safety, and crash reporting requirements that would educate about the actual reliability and performance of said vehicles. This reliance on voluntary safety reporting from the AV manufacturers has not effectively built public trust, acceptance, and confidence in the testing and deployment of these vehicles. Any hurried, misguided introduction would not only have a negative impact on safety, but would disrupt the trucking workforce by displacing drivers and adversely impacting the economy. They did submit some suggestions for increasing the safety of autonomous vehicles. Number one, make safety claims testable and auditable before scale. Standardize adverse weather and degraded surface benchmarks. Utilize crash and incident evidence integrity for legal and policy use. Next, build context-aware comparators. And lastly, exercise transparency and build public understanding. One of the central problems today is that regulators often presented with research that presumes AVs will be safer than human drivers simply because under narrow, carefully controlled circumstances, they may show advantages. The U.S. DOT should support research that proves rather than presumes the safety of autonomous vehicles, particular attention to automated heavy trucks operating in mixed traffic.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So following up right on the heels of the story I just shared about OOIDA's concerns about the FMCSA actually granting exemptions for autonomous vehicles when it comes to the federal safety requirements. Yeah, they've been doing that, and one of the latest was just issued this past week. The Wall Street investment firm Morgan Stanley seized the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's waiver to allow high-tech roadside safety beacons, a turning point for autonomous trucking. We believe this is a significant milestone in the path to widespread commercial adoption of autonomous trucking, because while the overall regulatory environment for autonomous trucking is quite favorable, small, practical rules like this have been viewed as significant hurdles by some parties pushing back on its adoption. According to Morgan Stanley's freight transportation analyst, this shows that regulators are open to easy, practical solutions to ease the rollout of this technology. Now, this was the FMCSA that granted a limited 3-month renewable waiver to Aurora, allowing the autonomous truck developer to use cab-mounted flashing warning beacons instead of the reflective triangles, which have to be deployed manually by a driver. They had first denied that request several months ago, but again, last week, said, okay, we'll let you try it. The waiver also applies to other motor carriers, provided that the carrier first notifies the FMCSA in writing, certifying that it currently has cab-mounted warning beacons, the ability to comply with all terms and conditions of this waiver, and that it will comply with all terms and conditions of the waiver. So that pretty much says all the autonomous vehicle companies, let us know. If you've got the flashing beacons, you don't have to worry about putting out the triangles in the event that you break down. In approving the waiver, the Trump administration narrowed the scope of what Aurora had requested, which had been industry-wide regulatory relief for any carrier operating Level 4 autonomous trucks without any prior notice to the FMCSA. Level 4 is between Levels 1 and 5. Level 4 is, quote, highly automated. Now, the FMCSA stated that the approved waiver cures the deficiency by requiring other carriers to provide written notification and certification of compliance with terms and conditions of the waiver. Well, there you go. Autonomous, it's a work in progress, but it's moving at light speed at this moment. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
All of it hurts the economy, it hurts our national security, and it hurts the American people, and the Democrats seem not to care.
It's day 21 of the government shutdown, and Congress has yet to pass a funding bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson blames Democrats for refusing a short-term measure while they insist on extending health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act.
We have federal workers who are desperate for pay and uncertain when they will get their next paycheck. You got families wondering if they'll go without food assistance next month.
Senate Majority Leader John John Thune plans to introduce legislation this week to pay federal employees and service members who are still on the job.
I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you a email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
All of it hurts the economy, it hurts our national security, and it hurts the American people, and the Democrats seem not to care.
It's day 21 of the government shutdown, and Congress has yet to pass a funding bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson blames Democrats for refusing a short-term measure while they insist on extending health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act.
We have federal workers who are desperate for pay and uncertain when they will get their next paycheck. You got families wondering if they'll go without food assistance next month.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to introduce legislation this week to pay federal employees and service members who are still on the job.
I made it clear that if Democrats reopen the government, we can immediately sit down and talk about the Obamacare cliff that they created.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 218 points, the S&P 500 rose a fraction of a point, and the Nasdaq lost 36 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Oh, of course, it's the one we all dream of. When you head to the casino, everybody, what are you there for? I want to hit that $1 million jackpot. In many cases, you'll see players wagering $25, $50, $100 a spin looking for that big hit. In this case, it was a $3 bet. $3. Turned into a $1 million Miracle Friday when a lucky Nevada player hit it big on the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Congratulations to the local guest hitting the incredible $1,048,675 jackpot playing IGT's Wheel of Fortune Cash Link Big Money at Sunset Station. That was posted on Facebook. The post included an image of the Progressive video slot machine showing that grand prize. The Wheel of Fortune Cash Link Big Money machine. That's a progressive slot, as they call it. Meaning the prize pool grows every time a player wagers, oftentimes across multiple locations and multiple machines that are all linked together. A lot of times on the cruise ships, if you're, say, on a Carnival cruise, they'll have a progressive jackpot that would be linked to all the Carnival cruise ships around the world. So it grows at a faster pace. This particular casino, though, was not on the actual Vegas Strip. It sits in Henderson, about 13 miles southeast of the world-famous Strip. This property catering mostly to the locals, looking for the same gaming excitement as the Strip without the crowds and the parking headaches. International Game Technology, the maker of the machine, tells Fox Business that their Wheel of Fortune slots have awarded $1 million jackpots to more than 1,200 players now, has paid out over $3.5 billion in prizes. Much like one of the big, like the Mega Millions or Powerball, you have the option of taking a smaller lump sum or the $1 million payout through a multiple-year annuity. They don't break down how much you can get, but all right, so that $1 million, if you take the lump sum and then pay Uncle Sam, it's not necessarily a retirement fund fulfilled, but according to IGT, somewhere a Wheel of Fortune jackpot of $100,000 or more hits every 72 hours. All right, that's, on a national basis, or I'm guessing maybe a global basis. Every 3 days somebody hits 100,000 jackpot. Well, hello to Steve Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation. About the halfway point, looking forward to the weekend already. It can't get here fast enough. Coffee's hot, the car's warmed up. Let's head into town, see what the day brings us today. Everybody enjoy. All right, the blind man. What's happening here? Morning, blind man.
Well, I want to add on to what Heatwave was saying. I was dragged into a diversity class or course or whatever when I was working, and the Hispanics came up, and I shouted out, I hope they're learning English, and immediately I was called a racist.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, if they're here, they got to learn English. And I explained or tried to, shouting over the instructor. I said, I'm going to have my say. And I explained to her, I said, look, I got a friend who's going to move to Costa Rica. He's not going to function at all there unless he learns the language and the customs. Do you think they have English for foreigners that come? No, you learn their language and you learn their customs. Here, sometimes I get furious when I have to hear, press 1 for English, press 2 for Spanish. My caregiver is originally from El Salvador. She came here legally. She learned English. Unfortunately, this is typical. The wife speaks English fluently, and the husband hardly speaks English at all. And I just got really ticked off about we bend over backwards to help the Hispanics that come here. No wonder why they don't want to learn English. If they were forced to, maybe they would be a lot better off. That doesn't happen when you move to their country. Oh no, you don't. You got to learn their language, or you're in trouble.
So, whose program were you trying to give us a shameless plug on there, blind man? Buckwheat was telling me he heard you on the radio with somebody.
Oh, I was talking to Snurdly Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And I tried to put in a plug for your show, and Bo says, "Get to your point."
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah,
I tried to sneak you in there.
Yeah, you did a little cross promotion. You tried. I appreciate the effort there, though, blind man. I do.
Good. I'm trying to do the same thing with the Sean Hannity show, but I can't get past the call screener, Linda.
Right. All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you this morning, blind man. Thanks for checking in. Have a great day. Snurdly. All right. Have you driven a truck? Have you had the opportunity yet to try out these the newer iterations where you don't actually have mirrors? You've got like video display screens working as a mirror. Truck mirrors, they tell us, are getting a modern makeover in Wisconsin. Lawmakers have approved a bill that clears the way for cameras to take their place. Yeah, bringing state law in line with federal rules. The measure, championed by Representative John Spiros and Senator Eric Weinberger, is headed to the governor's desk. By law, truckers in Wisconsin and across the country have to keep mirrors that let them see what's happening on the road around them, obviously. In 2019, the FMCSA approved a 5-year exemption of the federal mirror requirement that allowed the use of something called Mirror Eye, a camera monitoring system, as the alternative to the two rear vision mirrors. The FMCSA at the time determined that granting the exemption to allow the use of Mirror Eye in lieu of mirrors would achieve a level of safety equivalent to or greater than the level of safety provided by the regulation. They later renewed the exemption, providing a 5-year extension until 2029. Spiro said there are now 5 approved federal exemptions with different systems in place. In other words, different mirror or camera systems. These allow commercial vehicles to remove the conventional mirror trucks can operate with a camera monitoring system. A federal preemption exists for all interstate commerce. States are required to permit any FMCSA-approved camera monitoring system for commercial vehicles. The requirement is for trucks traveling across state lines. This bill would conform Wisconsin to the federal rules and would also extend the allowance of any approved FMCSA camera systems rather than mirrors for interstate commerce. And again, there's, 4 or 5 different systems that have now been approved by the FMCSA. A provision added to the legislation would allow the safety technology only while it is federally approved. This new technology enhances real-time visibility, and actually they say it's better because the cameras eliminate blind spots that are famous for the normal mirror technology. Adding that this would help reduce the frequency and severity of wrecks. The cameras also help commercial vehicles achieve a 2 to 3% increase in fuel savings without the drag of traditional mirrors. Common sense legislation. We will improve conditions for truck drivers and make Wisconsin roads safer for everyone. The Senate voted last week to advance the Assembly bill. The Assembly lawmakers followed suit by approving the changes made in the Senate. So again, it is now headed to the governor's desks. These camera systems, apparently, though, actually provide better visibility down the sides of the vehicle and directly behind the vehicle, where, of course, commercial mirrors do not even, you don't see anything from behind the vehicle. So I guess you've got some sort of a dash camera, on a screen, a visible screen on the sides of the dash close to where the mirror proximity would normally be. Haven't seen them in testing or action at this point, but that's kind of curious to anybody that might have tried those. Let me see. Eagle had some final comments here. What's going on, Eagle? What you got?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on something that Pappy was talking about earlier when he was talking about the rhetoric from the Democrats, the left, and what Chuck Schumer had said about, what did he say, some kind of upheaval. Mm-hmm. You know what that means, and I've talked to you about that guy. Don Lemon, that guy there. They took him off the air on CNN, but unfortunately he got so desperate. No network would don't look like they'll deal with that loser. Now he has a YouTube channel, and I think I've seen him on TikTok too, with the same old bogus rhetoric about Donald Trump and some of the comments that he made about Donald Trump too. Don Lemon, that guy there, he hates Donald Trump, and it doesn't surprise me anything that he has to say. But yeah, it's getting to be real dangerous, Steve. I don't know if you said anything about this. What they found over the weekend, I think it was late last weekend, at the airport in Palm Beach, where Donald Trump goes when he goes home. They found a tree house with a straight line of fire to where Donald Trump will be getting off the airplane. Like I said, they've already had a man at his golf course, try to take him out. So yeah, like I say, this type of rhetoric, when Chuck Schumers and the Don Lemons and people like that, you setting up something real bad. These maniacs, somebody that believes this garbage that they see could try to take a pop shot at Trump or J.D. Vance or somebody, in the Trump administration. And these guys, they need to be held accountable for what they say. Some things, if you don't like somebody, hey, okay, but you got to be careful what you say, because there's a lot of maniacs out there, some dangerous people, and now they've already tried to assassinate Trump twice, and this type of talk only leads to bad things happening. When people are talking like that, and with these people, with these these protesters, you know, that's out there on the streets. You know, these people are up in the face of these National Guard people. They're, you know, they got all kind of things going on, and then, you know, see, talked about this before, Steve. They only show you the video. They don't show. All they show you is somebody going down to the ground, you know, by a National Guard or police officer. I'll show you the first part of the video where that guy has been told repeatedly to back off and to get out, you know, get out of their space, that he's in an area that he doesn't belong. They don't show you that part of the video. All they show you is the end part of the video when this man is placed in handcuffs, and because these are bogus television programs, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, all of them. You know, I've been telling you this for years. Don't even waste your time. If you want your news, go to another outlet, Newsmax or some other outlet, to get your news about what's really going on with this protest, because CNN, they're not going to give you they're going to give you the story of the protesters, and then you already know the protesters are the innocent ones, and the National Guard and the military, these are the bad guys, so they say, but we both know that that's a different story. These guys are paid agitators, you know, the Antifas and all these other organizations, and they deserve everything they get, and they need to put as many of them behind bars as they can get locked up, because they're nothing but troublemakers. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Final comments here on a hump day. Well, Brother Rambler, how's the voice relaxation therapy coming along?
Well, we're doing a lot better, Steve, a whole lot better, but we still got a little ways to go. And, man, we're going to try and have church this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. We normally go live at 5 o'clock. I may have to sit down in a chair and get in front of the camera where people could hear me, but we're going to at least try. And anyone who has tried to call me recently, I want to apologize to all our brothers and sisters out there. I'm not ignoring no one. I can't carry on more than a 10-minute conversation, and my voice just gives out. It gets groggly and everything like that. So just know that I love you. I think about you, and I pray for everybody. Thank you to Brother Chris and Paula Dowdy. That's Brain Dead and Dingbat for giving me a shout-out on their TikTok page, trying to get our TikTok numbers out. Also, shout-out to all the Tennessee Volunteer fans. Boy, it sure feels good to roll over them and Bryant-Denny Stadium. So, Brother Chris said that Tennessee didn't show up to play. Oh, they showed up to play. They just got outplayed. But now we got to go into Columbia, South Carolina, and play a very much a trap game, because guess who the offensive coordinator is for the South Carolina Gamecocks? His name is Mike Shula, the former coach at Alabama who Nick Saban replaced. So that's going to be a trap game, so we got to be ready for it. You talk about hitting a jackpot, Steve, my dear friend, brother in Christ. I hit the jackpot March 31st, 1991, on the outskirts of Leakesville, Mississippi, a little old church, when I walked the aisle and gave my heart to Jesus. I ain't had to worry about a thing since. So I'm rich beyond all measures. And the word I leave you with today is John chapter 3, verse 30, and that plainly says, "He must increase, therefore I must decrease." And that speaks a lot of volume. We love you with agape love and brotherly love of our Lord Jesus Christ, God's children. And for those of you who have been trying to reach me and call me once again, I thank you for being patient. Know that I do not hate no one. I'm not trying to ignore anybody out there. I cannot carry on no more than like 10 minutes, and then my voice just gives right back out. Before I get off here, we did Lay's a woman that we've been praying for 32 months, Susan Blackwell. We were able to have her celebration of life services, and I got told I did a very good job. I had to tell the mic guy, the MC guy, he's got to turn the volume up on the microphone, and they did a pretty good job, so I wasn't able to holler or nothing like that. I was able to speak at a very low pitch, and people were able to hear me, so we did a good job laying that brave warrior who fought cancer, Steve, for 32 months. 32 months. She fought cancer. She was a wife and a mother and a grandmother. And it's just, I hate cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I hate cancer. And so she fought bravely. She fought a good fight, and part of what we shared during the funeral was we shared in 2 Timothy, where Paul was writing Timothy, talking about how he has fought a good fight, he has ended the race, he has been poured out like a drink offering. And I stopped right there. I said, Susan Blackwell poured herself out into everything she ever did. I said she poured herself into being a mother, a wife, a grandmother, friend, and an aunt. And she got on the football field of life, and she fought, and left it all out there on the field. I said, right now she's in the arms of Jesus, and that's where we all need to strive to be. And I want to encourage you, God's children, just because I'm not healed doesn't mean he won't heal you. He being Jesus, he is still in the healing business today, and I want to encourage you to pray for me, that my voice gets better. I'm going to be praying for you, and I love you out there, sincerely love you all to death. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and God bless you, Steve. We're praying for your uncle, and fight, Frank, fight. Praise God. Fight. That's all I...
Thank you, Brother Rambler. I appreciate that. All right, I see that. I can't get the rest of the story. Shorty did send me a link here a bit earlier about the girl who fell from a Disney cruise ship was encouraged by her mom to take a photo in an open porthole or something. What's the story there, Horse Feathers?
Well, from what I understand, you about got it there. The mother apparently wanted her to have a picture up there with the water behind, and she encouraged her to get up. They had a open porthole with a railing, I guess, and she got her up there, and of course she fell overboard, and then the husband jumped, the father jumped immediately over to try to say, be with her, save her, and but they were going to charge her. They had the possibility of charging her, and whoever decided must have thought it was mean or something, or thought she'd already had enough punishment, so they're not charging her with anything. But I don't know. Sounds kind of like child endangerment to me. If you ask your child to get up on the balcony or railing of a ship and 40 feet above the water and have the possibility of falling off, because there's clearly posted whenever we do these cruises that you're not supposed to be climbing on the railing at any point.
Yeah. So but the girl survived.
Hopefully, at least maybe they get bit. Yeah. Well, hopefully, maybe at the least Disney will ban them for life, or maybe all cruise lines should ban them from life from being on cruises. I don't know. Just saying. But anyways, there. So I'd seen that the other day, and I meant to say something about that earlier there, and so Rambler there. I guess with his voice there, he must be got himself relaxed a little bit. He seemed a little calmer and relaxed than his normal phone calls there. So that's good. He's trying to preserve his voice a little bit there for the recovery mode. So, but anyways there. So I guess that's all we got going for you. And it's like you're about ready to. It's about what do you call that? Skullbuster time.
What do they call it? A beer 30? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, and well, it's about to be 5 o'clock. Does it make a difference if it's a.m. or p.m.? No one's ever really clarified that, have they? So indeed, yeah. Well, thank you so much for all your participation this early Wednesday. Have a great hump day. We'll be back and do it again live here on a Thursday morning. Hey, we'll call it Friday Eve. Hope you can join us at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.